Good flipping afternoon, everybody. Yes, I am live. This is another episode of Afternoon Culler Commentary with yours truly, Culler. The Dolphins lose. We know. Yes, I am still alive. Just went to the doctor this morning. My blood pressure is still low enough. We're going to talk about whether Ross cares. And we're going to do that very, very shortly. Right after this.
There's always time, brother. It's always time. 17 games. It's a long time. A lot of games. So whether we're counted out or we're not, doesn't matter. We're going to continue to play football. A lot of people in here know that I don't know how many years ago we started out 1-7. We didn't have half the guys that we have, and no disrespect to my other teammates, but I'm talking about the talent that we have here. We didn't have half that talent. However many years ago. And so to give that group respect, we won the next 8 games. And I'm not saying, we're going to do that or whatnot, but it is possible. Anything's possible. So we're going to continue to trust each other, lean on each other, believe in each other, and we're going to go do it next week.
What are your thoughts as the next team you
Yeah. And I'm gonna win a bet one of these days. Oh, gotta love it, gotta love it, gotta love it. Well, Tua, let me just remind you of what type of culture we had in the building when we pulled that off. And we have run that culture out of the building. So okay. Let's go. Good for you. Let's go 8-2 because that's where we have to do now to have any kind of respectable season. As I said last week, we had to go 8-3. We've lost one of those 3. But I don't know anybody that thinks it makes a difference. I'm pretty sure nobody expected this to be one of the 3. So, those that believed. So the believers are definitely falling off the bandwagon. Every minute that goes by, every game that's played, every highlight that's played of last week's game or Sunday's game. My apologies for not doing a show yesterday. I was just quite tired from Sunday. It was fan week, and we had a really good turnout from all of you guys. And, so I had to do quite a bit of walking around the stadium, and I was quite tired yesterday. I just didn't have it in me. And if I can't bring 100% color, I can't come to you guys. That's doing you guys a disservice. So here I am. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. It is a gorgeous afternoon in South Florida. A little bit cloudy, but not too bad. Perfect fall day. I'd love to be out there throwing a football around myself, but I can't quite do that anymore. So we're gonna get into. We got a lot to get into. Being that I didn't really come to you guys with a show yesterday. Obviously, I got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to get into because Tyreek Hill chirping, everybody looking at everybody else. Some people taking accountability, some people not. The people that shouldn't have to take accountability are the ones taking accountability, and the ones that should be are the ones not. And, oh, it's a nightmare. It's just an absolute nightmare in Miami right now. And I don't know how we're going to wake up from it. I really don't. We've got the Buffalo Bills coming up. And y'all know what that means. I don't need to run through it. But before we get into all that, hit the like button, everybody. Make sure you're subscribing to TFTG. Come over to YouTube if you're not on YouTube right now. And give us a subscribe. We got so much working in the work. I was having another reason I'm a little behind schedule, as I am every day. I had a little quick meeting with HB, our executive producer extraordinaire that does all of the cool graphics and all that, and everything cool at TFTG. If it's cool at TFTG, it's because of HB. Bet that. But we were having a talk going over some of the stuff, the additions we're going to be making to my neck of the woods here at Color Commentary, and as well as Coffee and a Cup of Color in the morning. Some new graphics, new intros. He also revamped the TFTG shop advertisement, which I got to do a recording for after the show. And it's all cool, man. It's like a new storefront, all 3D'd out and all that. Plus, I hear we got mugs back available, so I'm going to attempt to order a Color Commentary coffee mug and see what happens. Whether I get it or not, we'll see. But there might be a chance that one day I could be drinking coffee out of a Color Commentary coffee mug once again. In the meantime, you can check out TFTGnetwork.com, bookmark it, make it your homepage, and check it out. It's got all our content on it, links to all our content, social media links, the TFTG shop, all of it can be found there. And, donate to the channel. You can use super chats or super stickers, Venmo, Cash App, or become a member. Do it every month. That'd be nice too. But the easiest way and freest way to support the channel is hit that like button. And while you're doing that, after you hit the like button, not before, after you hit the like button, check out the poll I have in chat. with all of the what we have to get to, a little bit of discussion has broken out in one of the Twitter spaces hosted by a great friend of the channel. You all know them, the Blitz Pickup, Lewis, Tony. They run a pretty strict Twitter space. I'm not gonna lie. It gets a little hard to operate there, but it's the rules, and when you operate within the rules, you got to accept the rules. And but they had a really good discussion going on, and the topic they thought they were cooking El Cap, but you can't cook El Capitan. It's just not possible. So I went ahead and figured, well, I'm pretty sure Capitan's going to pop in at one point during the show because the rules on Twitter are a little different. So you don't always get to say everything you said, or you get to mean what you say and have things taken the way you meant them to be said. So I'm pretty sure Capitan has a lot to get off his chest about the topic. And so I went ahead and started a poll. You guys can check it out. Does Ross put winning first? Is that the number one priority for Stephen Ross? I don't want to hear, oh, he doesn't care about winning, or the question is not, does he care, or does it whatever, or does he not? Does he not? Is he only about money? The question is, does he put winning number one in his mind? The answers are yes, no, or billionaires always win. Doesn't matter what it is. Maybe you think they have a different definition of what winning is. So hit the poll question after you hit the like button. And we'll eventually get into that topic of discussion after we get through all this other. I mean, there's a zillion things to talk about today. Now that the Dolphins have suffered a 28-27 loss to the Arizona Cardinals on a game that should have been won. I mean, I hate to say it, but it should have been won. Calais Campbell coming out and taking responsibility like the consummate professional that he is. As well as he should. I mean, you don't want to give up a 2-point lead in your home stadium to lose the ball game. But if we're going to have a discussion about reasons why we lost that game, defense is a footnote. It amounts to a footnote. You can say whatever you need to say about the defense. Go ahead. Have at it. Gave up this, gave up that, whatever. Say it all. It's a footnote. You're amplifying a footnote. You're making a footnote into a book. Chef Jew, what's up, man? Good afternoon. First one in chat. Cosa Nostra following right behind Chef. I saw Chef Jew at the stadium, of course, as always. I cannot seem to miss Chef Jew whenever I go there. He's like a fixture there. You know what I mean? Always love chopping it up with him. Saw Miss Finn. Saw a couple of others of you. Saw Grumpy, too. I miss G. I wanted to see G. I know G wanted to meet up. I was looking for you, G. Shake Money and Cap and the boys were all there. And it was cool. It was really cool. Quite energy consuming, you know what I mean? I must say. But again, I went to the doctor this morning, got checked out. Sugar's a little high still, but blood pressure's actually low, believe it or not. I just kind of took that loss on the chin. Hey, well, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Not going to win by giving the ball back to the team down by less than a field goal with 4 or 5 minutes left or whatever. You're not going to win that way. Just the way it is. Red, White, and Bills, how's it going? Ving coming to us, if I remember correctly, from also the Bills fan base. But Ving is a way cooler guy than Michael K and the like. I think he met him over on Pete's channel the other day. Ms. Relentless, how you doing? Ms. Relentless, I will be getting those tickets to you as soon as possible. I do need to make sure, actually, you know what, while we're here, I'll go ahead and text the person I need to, because I need to make sure that at least one of them wasn't accounted for first. But I should have 3 for you. I know Chef Jew is accounting for the 4th, and Chef Jew, that's another thing for Chef Jew. Another side announcement. Chef Jew, I will also just need to get with you to find out what email you need me to use to get you that ticket if you still want to go to the picnic. If you don't, if you decided not to, let me know, because that'll give me an extra one to give Miss Relentless. But I do have 3 for Ms. Relentless, a possible 4th, if you need it. So that's that. If you're wondering what I'm referring to, the Dolphins Hard Rock is hosting a member-only picnic Sunday at noon. And the intention is to go down on the field and watch the Buffalo Bills play the Miami Dolphins on the Jumbotron. So that ought to be fun for those that want to attend. Carla, how's it going? I see you in chat. Shelby. Cali Finns fans. Of course, Sasky Gooner, and that would be Moss from Canada. Y'all know Moss. Deuce Goose from Seattle. How you doing? Bob. I see you all in here. Shataibe, you got to tell me how to pronounce that one day. Says I'd take 50% color over 0% any day. I appreciate that. I do. I really do. Banana is here. George Gras or Jorge Gras. Ryan AP. Back with the old Ryan AP. Look at that. No more AP Ryan. We're back to Ryan AP. What happened? Raphael, how's it going? And of course, let's see who else. Manolo Ribeiro. Got to hit the members up. Scummy. Almost Scummy. I know I keep saying almost, but almost. What's up, Mr. Dragon? Adam Padilla. And back it up, binges in here. Cat for Life coming in now. Kevin Lee, another member. Newfoundland. Pamela, of course. Steve Malloy. Fins up 74. I see y'all, Cat. And anybody else coming in after that, you get a bigger hello than everybody else. 86 of you watching now across the various platforms. Appreciate you. Hit the like button and hit the poll. Does Ross care? Well, we'll entertain that question soon, because I know somebody at the TFTG family that definitely would like to speak on that. I'm pretty sure. However, in the meantime, we're going to talk about the tale of this game. We have to go through it. Sorry, you got to hear it. It's not that bad, but still bad enough to be a loss. Both teams had 22 first downs. Both teams did it by way of 15 passing first downs. Arizona had 6 rushing touchdowns and 1 first down. 6 rushing first downs and 1 from a penalty. Miami having 7 rushing first downs. 11 for 15 on third down for Miami. 7 for 13 for Arizona. So holding them to just over half. That's still not bad. Defense got off the field. arguably not enough times. Arizona with 62 plays, Miami with 64. Total yards on the day for Arizona, 389, 377 for the Dolphins. 9 drives for the Cardinals, 8 for the Dolphins. Arizona gaining 6.3 yards per play, Miami gaining 5.9. 227 by the air, 307 by the air for the Cardinals. Miami Dolphins quarterback sacked 1 time. Kyler Murray sacked 0. 150 yards rushing for the Dolphins, 82 for the Cardinals. So shout out to the D for holding the running game down, but that's only because Mighty Mouse didn't run all over us. Didn't need to. Because he put up 389 yards in the air while we put up 307 yards in the air while we put up 227. As I said a minute ago. Red zone efficiency, Cardinals are 2 for 3. Dolphins 3 for 4. Penalties, 4 for the Cardinals, 2 for the Dolphins. Not bad, not bad. Got them penalties down. 0 turnovers, but that's because they don't consider the safety a turnover, apparently. 30 minutes and 31 seconds time of possession for the Dolphins. 29 minutes, 29 seconds for the Cardinals, and you have a 28-27 victory for the Arizona Cardinals in Hard Rock. Had the Dolphins run out the clock instead of giving the ball back to the Cardinals to have our defense allow them to kick the game-winning field goal, my score prediction of 27-25 would have been spot on. So I'll take half a dub for that. I mean, first of all, I don't know what to say. Okay, I guess we'll put it squarely where it needs to be. All kinds of meat left on the bone, whatever you want to call it. Plays left on the field by the quarterback. While he was able to target the initial play designed receivers a lot better than our backups, he was not able to push through that extra to get it and make the big time throws to a lot of guys that were open on a lot of plays. That's first. Well, I don't care what anybody says. Call me a hater, whatever you want to call me. It is what it is. The eye in the sky don't lie, as a lot of my friends have coined. A lot of people we all respect say that the eye in the sky don't lie, and it don't, because they released the first half, all 22 Sunday night. So I got a good hard look at every play for the first half. And for those of you that think Mike McDaniel is on the hot seat, he can easily take that footage to Stephen Ross and show you why he's doing just fine, and the players are just not executing. Then you move on to, well, I'll say the footnote. Defense cannot give up a drive like that. They had no help with making, putting another field goal on the board so that they have to score a touchdown there. They had no help with the offense running out the clock more, all of that. And that's true. But you can't give up a game-winning drive like that at home. You got to come through.
Now, you get no argument from me out of that color.
Jason Taylor would have come through.
Somebody would have come through. But you literally just said 8 possessions for the Dolphins, 9 for the Cardinals, and that one extra possession cost them the game. And to be fair, and you
It
told
should have been 8-7, us.
You told me what Crypto had said. No, it should have been 8-8, but they needed a touchdown in the final drive, not a field goal.
Right.
And Crypto said this: The defense with the game-winning field goal held the Cardinals to enough points to be under in that game, and the Dolphins win. The offense gave up the 2 points that cost them ultimately the game.
And that's number two. Tua, you can't do that, bro. You are a $212 million quote unquote franchise quarterback. You can't be doing that. And yeah, that was the difference in the game. Now, if you want to talk about why we couldn't run the clock out on the last drive we had, Mike McDaniel has to be better than that. You have to understand football better than that, Mike McDaniel. You just do. I don't care how good your play designs are. You're faced with a 1st and 10. You run the ball. You get stopped for -2. Now it's 2nd and 12. Clock's running. That's what you want at least, okay? Sucks that you got -2. But the clock's running. You're faced with a 2nd and 12. You've been cooking all day on the ground. I just gave you the numbers, people. You got Jalen Rudd that's healthy and fresh because you haven't been running him all day.
Well, he had 2 runs, one for 6 yards and one for 11, but what do I know?
Well, instead, now your whole goal for this drive is number 1, burn clock. Okay, that's your number 1 goal. You've already got the lead. You need to burn clock.
First of all, Culler, I gotta peep in this chat real quick.
I see it. I see it.
I see some
It's
people
already starting. It's already starting. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean,
you can
first
peep
of all-
at it, but I gotta finish my point after you're done.
Yeah, I don't know what ass whipping this guy again. Here's the problem with the fan base right here at this comment. This guy Lou, I don't know who this guy is, but this guy Lewis, he thinks that because people can't understand what I'm saying because they're so blinded by the blue pill they've been force fed by the owner and the Dolphins organization, that they're just not ready to take the red pill that I have for them to see it for what it truly is. And that's okay. We'll all get there in time. I'm going to be here to trailblaze it, waiting for guys like Lewis over here for when they're ready to realize that it doesn't matter about how much talent we bring in. It doesn't matter about what coach or guru we bring in. It doesn't matter what GM or football czar we bring in, because everything I just said to you is the rebranded at least twice in what I just said. We can have McGenius, we can have Guru, we can have quarterback whisper, we can have seasoned veteran, new and fresh, whatever it is, because ultimately, the owner has one goal in mind: profit. And whatever that takes and means to get done, because he wants to have this boost of return every 2 to 3 years, and to build a football team right by ripping it down to the studs and going from the ground up and building from the inside out and the trenches out, having a stable winning type of game plan mentality, breeding out the softness that these boys are that Miami inherently brings. They're local. They got the beach. I mean, it's the same reason why Dolphin fans, when there's not a winning product, they don't show up, because I got better things to do. The mentality of the football players, same way. I got better things to do. I'm gonna make my money. I don't need to go out here and lose like a loser. I can still feel like a winner, and that's hard to breed out, and that takes time to make that. That's a 5-year plan. And Ross and this organization will ultimately never wait 5 years to have a real product. because he needs to throw the window dressing on every 2 years, every year and a half, every 3 years, a part of a 7-year cycle, to cuck the fans in believing that this man cares about winning when he's only showed me that he cares about profits.
Well, I can tell you that one person that didn't seem to understand how to win is a guy that decides to pass the ball on 2nd and 12 in that situation. So on 2nd and 12, we throw a sideline pass for like 30 yards to Jonnu Smith, who's got 2 defenders draped on him, pushing him out. And we stop the clock. Now it's 3rd and 12. We throw a pass across the middle. It's caught. Hallelujah. At like 11 and 7/8 yards. So they call it 4th and 1. And we throw a red flag to challenge that play. Well, good move, because it turned out it was 11 yards. But guess what's happening while this red flag is up? There's nothing happening on the clock. It's stopped. Well, hallelujah, we get the first down. And then what'd we do with that? We can't even pick up 10 yards after that first down to keep possession, or at least get down into field goal range to make it a 5-point ball game. Now you might say, well, we could have. They knew we were going to run on that 2nd and 12. What, we got to pass there. Okay, fine. So after we see bubble screen after bubble screen for no reason for the last 7 ball games, we can't throw a screen there. We got to go with a low probability pass. Again, because if you throw a short pass and it's caught, the clock is still running. Look at that, Lou. Cap ran away. Now, I contend if you just forget about passing altogether there, you've got a running back that's been sitting on the bench most of the game that's fresh. So you figure if you throw Jalen Wright in there on 2nd and 12 and you give him the ball, do you think I could be sure that I'm going to get at least 1 yard? I'll tell you why why only 1 yard matters. That 1 yard rushing on 2nd and 12 could have been the difference in the ball game. That's right. That's what I just said. That possible 1 yard running the ball on 2nd and 12 could have won you the ball game. And you might say, Culler, how? How is that possible that 1 yard could be the difference in a ball game? Well, Pamela, you make a great point. But I'm saying that it's even before that. That 1 yard that we decided to pass the ball and stop the clock, forcing us to pass the ball again on 3rd to come up almost short to where we had to challenge it and stop the clock again. Because whether you go for it on 4th and 1 and get that 1 yard, or you run the ball on 2nd and 12 and get 1 yard, you needed that 1 yard. Because that 1 yard keeps the clock running. If we run the ball and we get 1 yard on 2nd and 12, that becomes a 3rd and 11. And guess what? That pass across the middle doesn't need to be challenged. It's 1 yard more clear. And guess what happens because that play doesn't need to be challenged? The clock continues to run. Now the defense is tapping their foot. Oh no. You run the ball again. And I guarantee you, Jalen right in that spot gets you down into field goal range. Regardless, if not, if you go 3 and out after that, and on every one of those plays, the clock continued to run, you're either going to burn the clock or you're going to burn their timeouts or you're going to burn both. And you might just find yourself in field goal range. That 1 yard on 2nd and 12 could have won us the ball game. It's that fundamental. If you can't see it that way, I can't help you. Keep crapping on the defense. The defense is a footnote in why we lost that ball game yesterday. It's a footnote because we could have won the game with 1 single yard. When you're on 2nd and 12 and you're trying to run the clock down and you're trying to play keep away, I don't give a shit if you just went for negative yards or not. You pound it again. Or you throw a short pass, but you keep the clock running. The reason you do that is because that 3rd down likely becomes manageable. Now, I'm not saying 3rd and 11 is more manageable than 3rd and 12, but it turned out to be. And that's just being conservative, saying we would have only gotten 1 yard on 2nd and 12. I challenge you to look and see how many back-to-back negative gains we had Sunday. And so the fact that we lost 2 yards and we're on 2nd and 12 should not have interrupted your plan of burning that clock out. Because then you would have maybe found yourself on a 3rd and 8. Or the way Wright's been running this season, maybe a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. Now, V21, you make a good point. That's not necessarily what I'm telling you because he could learn from it. But what I'm saying on that is if your quarterback can't step up and say, Coach, what is going on here? I'm not throwing that ball to the sideline. I mean, geez, there are so many other passes you could choose in that situation. That lost the game. I shouldn't say that lost the game. That took the game out of your hands. That I can say for sure. Because at that point, the destiny was controlled by the team that has the advantage. And the offense always has an advantage over the best defense. I'm not going to argue what our defense is. I don't need to. They know the play. They have an advantage over the defense. That's why defenses have the faster guys, the more agile guys, because they have to react. And yeah, Kyler Murray is more agile than anybody on our team, anybody on our defense. I don't fault our defense for that. I don't sit here and go, oh my God, Jalen Ramsey got cooked by Kyler Murray. Who hasn't? Your offense has to know this. Do we not know it? You know why you don't take it? You don't give it to them? Put it in their hands? Because we know that can happen to a defense, especially ours. So if we all know that, shouldn't the offense know that? And they want to get cute. Instead of just burning every second they possibly can off the clock. Because even if we don't add to our lead there, in the scenario I laid out, how much time is left for Kyler Murray? You don't think they changed their game plan because there's less time left? You got to run the clock down there. You got to call your plays and run them, whoever's in charge of changing whatever. As a quarterback coach combination, you've got to keep the ball at all costs. And if not, keep the clock running. One yard could have made the difference. How many times do professional millionaires have to be taught that lesson before I start to question whether it's purposeful? We're casuals. Casuals know what I'm saying. When you say so and so's a casual, Culler, you're a casual. Well, guess what? That means our coaching staff ain't even as smart as casuals. It's just amazing to me. The only way you can talk about the defense as the reason we lost is if you're talking about the Cardinals drove down the field, got it within 2 points, and then kicked an onside kick and recovered it, and then drove down and kicked the game-winning field goal. That is the only way you could blame the defense in this situation. But you cannot ignore the fact that the offense had the ball in between there. You cannot ignore the way that that series was called on plays. It costed us the ball game. We're going on 3 years now that I've been saying the same thing because it keeps happening over and over and over again. And because guys like Javon Holland and Calais Campbell want to say, nah, we should have been better. They're right. But fans want to take that and say, oh, well, Calais said that they were trash, that they were the reason we lost. Of course he's going to say that. I beg to differ slightly, Kadeem. Welcome, Kadeem, by the way. I hope your evening is going well. Says offense failed to do their job. Point taken. Defense failed to do their job. Point taken. Blaming one unit is counterproductive. See, I disagree in the respect that defenses failing to do their job is not always in their hands. It's defense, it's reactive. Sometimes the other guy is just a phenomenal athlete. It's kind of like if I apply it to soccer, using a soccer analogy, it's like a guy that can dribble the ball and it just don't matter who. Your defense might as well just stand there and let him do whatever he wants. That happens. And they do need to be better if we're to get to the promised land, absolutely. But we're so far from the promised land because everybody wants to pay more attention to the footnote of our defense rather than the fact that we continue to hand the team the ball back with the ability to expose our defense. Yeah, they are, but no, Kadeem, because of our expectations on offense. First of all, what we've seen them do and what we know they can do, and because of the fact that they know the play, they have the advantage over Arizona's defense. I wouldn't blame Arizona's defense if we ran the clock out there. No more than I blame our defense. I would say they've got already walking in the building with the 26th ranked pass defense. We had already been rushing up to that point for close to 150 yards. We need to run the clock out. See, that's what I'm saying, Kadeem. It didn't matter if their defense stopped us or not. Because even if they did, we would have burned so much time. It would have, let's say, it would have nullified some of the advantage that their offense has knowing the play. Now we almost control the number of choices they have to run a play at what they run because the time would be more limited. So the more time they have, the more playbook is open to them. And that helps them exploit our defense easier. So there is slightly a difference. But the overall point is well taken. Sure. Both didn't do their job ultimately. Depending on how you define the defense's job. But yeah, both didn't do their job. I would just argue it was a lot easier for one of them to do theirs. Much easier. The degree of difficulty is what we're talking about here, Kadeem, is what the difference is. The degree of difficulty for the offense to get 1 yard on the ground on 2nd and 12 to keep the clock running is much lower than the degree of difficulty of our defense stopping Kyler Murray from getting into field goal range with the amount of time he had left. That's all I'm saying. So yes, we have to point out the defense's failure, absolutely, because that's nothing. That would rear its ugly head in a playoff game. Sure, I totally agree with you there. But at this moment, it's a footnote as to what the real problem is, to why we lost that game yesterday. As Crypto pointed out, our defense held their offense to less points than their defense held our offense. In that respect, we did win the game. Both sides did do their job. And it's a real shame too, because my score would have been spot on. I can't believe it. I'm sitting there watching the game play out, and I'm like, no, if you stop them right here, my score is going to be perfect. Dolphins 27-25. I'm like, no, don't do this to me. That's probably, things like that are make it sting a little more, but it's whatever. My game script was correct though. That's ultimately what it was. But I had belief that if we were in that situation, that we would run the clock out. And I was just disappointed, I guess, this again, in that respect, because I had the game script perfect. I knew it would come down to exactly that. It's precisely how I calculated my score prediction. It just didn't come through for me. But I get it. I mean, I was one of the ones saying that Kyler Murray and Tua are like sideways with each other, like they're a sideways move. But Kyler's proving me wrong. He did whatever he had to do. He played the game like the off the field game and took a season off or two or whatever, got himself right. The kid's strong, really, really strong arm, not just like mechanics, but real strong. And just, man, I'm just wondering how much gas he has to continue to run the way he does. Because no offense to him, but he has to double step it compared to everybody else that runs as fast. He's been able to pull it off, and better than the guys that have a longer stride. So I can't knock him. But man, it just seems like that's going to be a sprinter, like, yeah, you're fast, but can you go 4 miles? And the 4 miles being 15 seasons running like that, you know what I mean? But I mean, he stood in the pocket and torched us yesterday. The man had 19 yards rushing yesterday. Just absolutely torched us from the pocket. Much like Lamar Jackson did last year. You just forget the running around, I'm going to, I don't need to do all that against this team. And boom, boom, boom. Kind of upset with our defense for that. Not going to lie. Yeah, we spied him. I noticed that we did spy him, Sean, and it just didn't matter. That our spy was frozen, and all he did was throw it over his head to the guy he was frozen between. He didn't rush him nor cover the guy behind him. Matter of fact, McBride, I believe it was. It could have been Harrison. It was a tall receiver that stretched out and caught a pretty good stretch out pass, short one, that was right over the spy's head as he's standing there frozen. So yeah, I did pay attention for that, Sean, and yeah, we did spy him. It just didn't make a difference. Without Tyreek, and that's worth losses. Okay, fine. I thought we were in a Super Bowl window. Do you hear this, Capitan, from Carla? What she just said, dude?
No, I missed it, man.
She said she meant to say whining. She can't spell right. I mean, partly from being from Texas and all.
Yeah.
But she says the Whining Children's Channel. We are learning to play good ball without Tyreek, and that is worth losses. Tyreek and Waddle are the biggest problem we have. Short receivers who are limited. So what she's saying is,
EM?
what she's saying is
Hold on a second. Is that EM? That's
No, that's
EM's take.
well, what she's buying into what they're saying about Tyreek was blocking all day, and he did a great job not being the guy, the target, and all that.
Man, listen, I don't know who this guy Simmons.
Oh, that's
Simmons.
that's
I don't know
that's
who this guy
Kadeem.
is.
That's Kadeem, bro. He's the guy that apparently is he's hunting you down, bro.
I don't know who
He's
Kadem
tracking you
is.
down like
I don't know who
like Tom
Kadem is.
Berenger.
Is that Kadem Dolphin?
Wow.
Kadem Dolphin. I don't know who that guy is. But talking about getting me off the stage, I don't know, man. If there's there ain't no stage that wasn't built for Capitan. Let that be known. every
He
stage,
really wants to
every
smoke, man.
stage, every stage across this great land of Earth was built for me, dog.
See, every time he starts talking about you on his show, he gets so like like so much energy that it makes his British accent even thicker, and I can't understand why he has beef with you. He just starts blurting out a bunch of stuff that I can't because he's so like
He
so
said he
much
was there
energy.
week 1 and week 2. And you know what? You're right. I wasn't there, but where were you last week? I was there. I was at Fan Week, man. I mean, I might have to go across the pond and handle this business,
I
Culler. You
know,
know what I'm
right?
saying? I'm gonna have to go across the pond and show these blokes what's up. You know what I'm
So
saying?
these balloons with do you mean the silly nannies?
Yeah, ain't nothing but a bunch of fanny nannies and
We
shit.
gonna
Boy, I
we
know
gonna
what time
we
it
gonna
is.
buy our London silly nanny gear
Yeah,
before we go over there?
yeah, the London Silly Nannies. That's right. I'm gonna have to go over there and explain that the ball for football is a different shape than a circle.
So he's talking about the international. We do play in London. I think we play in one of the like Italy or something next year or somewhere like that.
Oh man, I gotta have to get my passport then. I'm gonna have to get my
Oh,
passport. See, I
France.
don't even have a passport
I think
because
we
not only
play in
am I an
France.
American, but I'm a Floridian, and we just don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
I
Oh, you
think
hear it? Spain? Okay, all
oh,
right. Because
Spain,
listen,
Spain. That's right. That's right. It's
you know
Spain because
what? This
it's
might
5.
work out pretty good for me. My cousin's wedding is in Spain next year
Wow.
sometime. I don't know if it's in the early part of the year or the latter part, but this might
My
work
whole
out. I might have to do a twofer, Color. I might have to handle some
my whole
business and
genetic
handle some
family is
family
in
business.
Spain, bro. I'm pretty sure I got some Habsburg in me, man. So that's like going home
All
for me.
I know is that my family's descent from when we immigrated here from the island of Minorca off of Portugal. Okay, that we've been in this state from the jump. I'm going back to the motherland, Color. Going back to the motherland.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, look at Dean said he'll pull up at the wedding.
Wow.
They ruined the whole wedding, bro. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what.
That
I will
Kadeem
let.
is a cheeky fellow.
Listen. I would, if I could get a camera crew there and have Kadeem throw me over the freaking wedding cake to ruin everything. Man, bro, both these channels are on, boy. Both these
Man.
channels are on.
Man, that Kadeem is a cheeky fellow, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting cheeky, that's for sure.
That's because I think he's stuffing them full of scones.
What's up, Nene? I see you. What's up, everybody in chat? Hit the like button. I do need to link up with Kadeem at some point or something. I do, for real. I got to show him how us Floridians, can drink, because I know that they're proud of their drinking prowess over there, in England. So I might have to go there, and I know Kadeem admittedly isn't a big drinker, but he can introduce me to all his friends that think they're big drinkers, and I'll emasculate the whole country. I'm gonna go there and emasculate the whole country of fucking England, bro.
Kadeem goes to the cigar room and all that. Like, he sits in one of those
The massive drinker. Well, that pales in
Yeah.
comparison to what my drinking is.
Kadeem goes to the cigar room and like sits in one of those dark red vinyl chairs with a book
must have just
shelf behind him.
assumed-
You know what I mean? And like talks about like the nature of reality and stuff like that.
Yeah. They go listen to a guy talking through a voice box. Tell me he's profound when they're projecting all their ideas on a guy.
He's like, I'm a massive drinker, and it's like Cap's like, yeah, but you're British. That means like a shot of wine.
What does that mean? Like a 20
shot
pack?
of wine. They drink their wine out of
Whoa. And you in a titty
my
bar?
glasses.
Whoa, hold up. Shit. We might, I mean, shit. I mean, what they got going on? You know what? Never mind. I don't
We
even.
might have to meet up with Kadeem in France instead of Spain. I don't know.
Yeah,
Quebec would be good too.
I'm at the getting trouble with some Spanish women.
Kadeem, you ever been to Montreal?
Where's that Montreal? I'll tell you what.
Anyway, so let's see here. What's his name here? Greg.
All right,
Souza.
okay.
Greg Souza says, Culler El Capitan, are you guys ready for a new GM or no?
So here's the thing, and I'll keep saying it for everybody. New GM means buy Mike McDaniel. Now, you can get rid of Mike McDaniel and keep your GM, but you will not get rid of your GM and keep Mike McDaniel, even if they do, which Dolphin fans right now are not high on Mike McDaniel anyhow, so it would make the transition easy. But let's say Mike McDaniel cries at the podium, because I could totally see that happening, and all of the Dolphin fan cucks become endeared by his humanity of crying on, oh my God, he's just he's such a real human. He cried in front of us. He gives like when you go to break up with a girl and you can't because she's crying, and you're like, God damn it, I came here to break up with her. Now I'm gonna be stuck with her for another month. Like that's all it'll forever be, because whatever GM that comes in is only gonna hold out for the first moment that he can put together to fire Mike McDaniel, to bring in whatever guy he owes a favor to, or some guy he believed in once upon a time. And also, this is all contingent that Tua leaves. To me, the easiest way to quote unquote retool or rebrand is to keep McDaniel, keep Greer, and get rid of Tua and pivot the ideology with hopefully another answer at quarterback. And even that could blow up in our face.
I mean, to tell you the truth, I've heard the argument from all sides for the last 50 years, and I'm just completely indifferent. I think Greer has done
You know why you're indifferent,
good
Color?
and not good.
Because
I mean,
in all of those scenarios, well, I'm gonna tell you why, Color. In all of those scenarios, you still have the same owner, and that owner, let's say the owner this time learns his lesson, right? He's not gonna get a genius or a guru or a hot ticket item. He's gonna go get an old head. He's gonna go get a Parcells, right? And he's gonna have them stabilize this franchise. Well, even if the stabilization is explained that it's gonna take 5 years to bear fruit, by year two, whenever you got a little bit of a spark, that little bit of tickle happens in the owner. He's like, "Oh, we got to capitalize. We got to capitalize. Let's go buy free agents. Let's bill out. Let's get the new poster boards up and put something on the freaking elevator." All of the nonsense, right? By year three, to have a middling success year four, an underwhelming follow up in year five to blow it all up again. So, and that's why you're indifferent to it, Color, because the cycle of dealing with this owner and what his true intentions are is the hamster wheel we are on.
And also, I also mean, it's just, what is he like? It's kind of the question that Lewis always asks that hits me. Like, does anybody know who the GM is of the Kansas City Chiefs?
Well, I'm sure Kansas City Chiefs fans know it, Color. That's the thing, right? Like, if you're asking
Oh
Dolphins
no.
fans about another team's GM, and I get it, right? But if you asked Patriot fans who our GM is, they don't know. By and large, they
Well,
don't
I
know,
mean,
and we're in the same
the
division.
Buffalo fans seem to know.
They know because they're all active on social media as much as Dolphin fans are with each other in the trolling. And
Yeah.
that's only the Buffalo Bills fans we interact with. If you ask any Bills fan that's in the stadium, do you know who our GM is? They're going to say, what's a GM do? Right? Like,
That's precisely what I'm saying. For all intents and purposes, Chris Greer has executed his job. He put together a roster. He constructed a roster, which is his job. And that roster arguably would be viewed by most football heads as a sufficient enough roster for a competent coach to use to build a team that can win.
oh shit, look at Black Sheep in chat. Black Sheep saying Lewis is the guy who had a shitty take on Tua. He said, pay that man. Yeah, I remember that. He was the one going out here chopping off heads talking
Yep,
about
yep,
pay Tua.
yep. Put it this way, dude. What I'm wondering is, let's say he fires Chris Greer and we bring in another GM. It don't matter who it is. Big known guy, not known guy, whatever, smart guy, idiot, who cares? That dude is going to build a similar roster.
Look,
It's not like another GM is going to come in and just get a bunch of trash players or get a bunch of better
he's
players.
going to ultimately
Build a
build the
similar
same
roster.
roster because ultimately this is the same type of roster. And if you took a carbon copy and added another 2 years, one in the front and one in the back, this is the exact same career that Chris Greer has as Mike Tannenbaum had. Tell me I'm wrong.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it may not be the same exact constructed roster type of roster.
No, but
But
what I'm
quality,
saying is
but
color.
but
Don't get bogged
quality.
down in the
Wait,
semantics
wait a
of
minute.
it.
Quality and expectation of winning is still going to be a similar roster. Anybody who builds it.
Don't get bogged down too much in the semantics because look, when I say this, right, it's it's a soft rebuild or a hard reset, no matter what it is, right? Year one is fixing all the shit from the last broken year. I'm here new. I'm gonna fix this. And either A, I'm gonna turn it around this year, or B, I'm gonna need this year to break it down and turn it around. Those are the options. Then it's hey, we got a quarterback. Hey, we got a coach. We're gonna start to build. Then halfway through this building process that everybody seems to be on board for, the owner goes, all right, we got a little something, but we don't have what I want. What I want is to compete today. And they're like, well, We really couldn't compete for 2 more years, but since you're twisting my arm, I'm going to fire this guy, bring in a guru, and then give this guru weapons to install this system with what I hope to perceive to be a good enough baseline.
Then why are we then
proposal.
saying? Then why are we then saying? Oh, it's only his 3rd year. Let him learn more.
Well, I would agree with that sentiment, Culler, but that's, again, the only way he's going to stay around and learn more is if some way, somehow, Chris Greer convinces the owner that Mike McDaniel's the guy, and Mike McDaniel convinces Chris Greer to convince the owner that he can pick another quarterback and make it work. Because if he's going to pitch, I can make it work with Tua, he's going to lose his fucking job. Both of them. And then again, guess what? Chris Greer, Mike McDaniel, they might go to him and go, listen, we can make it work again for the standards you want, Stephen Ross, and that's sell out season tickets, sell out, have a waiting line for season tickets, and get everyone to buy in to all the excuses we're going to make on why it didn't work out. And that might be the ultimate plan. We could be seeing run it back 2025, bro, and I wouldn't be surprised. Again, to me, all of it's on the table, from firing Chris Greer all the way down to running this whole fucking shit show back. Because right now, I just got to find out which one at the meeting room with the and the fucking media team and
there's
the
some
fucking
guy in back. There's some guy in
the
back named
marketing
Louis.
team.
Cap. There's some guy in back named Lewis. I'm not sure I'm familiar with him. I want to make sure that we're not going to get any.
I don't know.
streakers
There
in
was a
here.
guy around these parts with the rabid dolphin, and I think he does some blitz pickup now. We can bring him in. What's happening? Here he comes right here to cap all over this shit right now. Come on.
Well. Good evening or good afternoon, gentlemen. First off,
Good
right?
afternoon.
Yeah. And I just wanted to tell that idiot, whoever that was, Black Sheep, that there's a reason that the bad take person always gets sent links and that son of a bitch don't, because you're an idiot and no one wants to talk to you. So Black Sheep, I again, I was wrong. And I've admitted I was wrong. But I guarantee you, the problem is you won't admit when you were wrong. You're probably wrong in life. You don't matter. Nobody cares about you. Have you noticed yourself when you're in the chat, no one talks to you, no one reacts to anything you're saying? You're a nobody that don't matter. Now, we can continue, gentlemen. What's going on?
Oh, not much, man. Not much. So, did you notice the poll up today? I was wondering maybe if you wanted to let us in on your vote. You don't have to. Everybody's vote is secret. Nobody ever has to tell their vote. I don't even encourage to tell people to tell you who they voted for. But if you don't mind your opinion on this poll that I have up, does Ross put winning number one? Very specific question.
For me, I would say yes, absolutely. Listen, he hasn't got the results, right? But again, are we blaming him for the results, or are we blaming him for trying? Because if we're like, there's no question that he has tried to put a winning product on the field. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, gentlemen, in the Twitter space. The fact of the matter is, this man has went to cheating, trying to cheat to put a winner, right? Because I would have loved to have the greatest quarterback to ever play this game. That man had him on a boat trying to recruit Tom Brady to come here. Supposedly on that boat, it was Sean Payton, a Super Bowl winning head coach, right? The man was willing to pay 22 women off, and I believe to use crypto's, what crypto is said, he was 2 signatures away from trying to bring in a top 5 quarterback at that time in the league. So I'm going to ask the question, does those moves sound like a guy that's trying to win in this league? Just asking. If you're trying to get the greatest quarterback to ever play
Again,
in a top 5 quarterback.
Your answer to him being an owner that cares about winning are his misses and failures. That's what you're saying.
And again, Cap, but I'm saying the question is, Does he put it first? The answer would be yes. He's trying to win. He's not getting the results. Okay, cool. I get it. So let's blame him for the results of not winning. But the question is he trying to win? And
Well,
I
see,
would say
that's the
yes.
thing, Lewis. And that's why I always have a third answer to my poll. I don't know. I'm not a dichotomy kind of guy, right? So the answers, possible answers to the question were yes, no, or billionaires always win.
Okay,
So
so
in other words, like what does he even define as winning? You know what I mean?
again, I think there's levels to this, right? Like everything, there's levels to it. I'm not saying he wouldn't like to win a Super Bowl for bragging rights amongst his peers alone, right? Absolutely. I think we, as competitors in every way, shape, and form, and a billionaire who's a competitor, a very fierce one, that's how he became that way, wouldn't like to rub it in the noses of his contemporaries. I agree with that sentiment, but not at the cost in any way, shape, and form from what he desires the most: profits. That's all. That's all. Because profits to get the chance, I would say to you at any given moment, right? Between the last, we'll go to the last 10 years. It could have been, you have to wait longer to get a financial return that would make you happy to ultimately get you the Super Bowl you say you desire. And he has never exhibited willing to take the latter of that over the former. That's it.
And again, that's fine. Show me the owner that has done that. Show me the owner that comes out and says, you know what? To win a Super Bowl, I'm willing to take a loss. In the 100 years of this game, Cap, is what I'm saying. This game has been played 100 years. Go show me the owner that says, you know what? I'll take the loss. Go ahead. I'll wait. You don't have to do it this show, Cap. I'll give you months. You can do research. I want you to provide me evidence of an owner saying, I'm willing to take a loss to win a Super Bowl.
No. Because, see, you're not wrong, right? I get it. We're dealing with haves versus to us, the have nots. And we understand as capitalists living in a capitalist society what drives people like that. I agree. But it don't mean I gotta like it. And it certainly doesn't mean I'm gonna cape for the owner because he gives him a new practice facility. Because again, the only way I'm gonna get him to actually care at least as much about a Super Bowl as he does money is to put him in a negative light. You can't financially make these people pay. The only way you can make them pay is that they don't feel like you love them anymore. And that hurts these fucking
By
ego
not
makers.
giving him a Christmas card, a
That's right.
handmade
By
Christmas
by
card.
calling these motherfuckers out and having the fans call for his head as much as they're calling for Mike McDaniel, as much as they're calling for Christopher Greer. If we were all calling for Ross's head, to me, and this is just, I could be wrong now, to me, it would warrant the results we are looking for rather than letting him get away with, oh, he wanted Lamar Jackson. Oh, he tried to cheat and get fucking Tom
So,
Brady.
so,
Because guess what? If he would have cheated properly and we got Tom Brady and we would have dealt with it after the Super Bowl, I would be, yeah, fuck yeah. But because that ain't how it went, then I'm like, he's a bitch and didn't get it done. That's how I'm
so,
getting it.
so, wait a minute. Let me get this right. Let me just see if I heard you right. You said that if the fan base and people just in general would put pressure on Stephen Ross, it would make him what? Want to sell the team or something? Is that what you're getting at?
No, well,
Or
no,
to
no, no.
leave
I
the
don't,
team?
listen, do
No,
I
but
want Ross to sell the team?
he can certainly
It's
fly
not.
his
I'm not trying to
helicopter
get
in
him.
and
Look,
take Tua for a ride on it. You know what I mean?
yeah, he can do. He can give two of the ride on the helicopter that Al Pacino saw his friend get in fucking Colombia.
No, I'm more thinking like back to Hawaii for a nice life in
Oh, I
retirement.
was thinking more like Scarface when the
Yeah,
fucking guy was on the helicopter and he was like, "Go look at your friend."
Damn, Cap. You
yeah,
know, like,
yeah. I'm just trying to figure out the
No,
point
no, no. Listen,
because,
listen. Okay. Do I want a worse off owner? Is he better than some owners in the aspect of how he does the facility and stuff? Absolutely, bro. I'm not trying to shit on that. What I'm trying to do
but
is win a
I could care
motherfucking
less
Super
about
Bowl.
the I could care less about the facility, Cap. I'm saying if that's what people are worried about. They see the flashy new facility and stuff, and they're like, "Oh my God, I don't care."
Yeah,
I'm not
fuck all
talking
that.
about the. I'm not talking about the facility. What I'm talking about is again the narrative that he's not trying to win. He's bringing in guys in the front office that have won Super Bowls. He hired coaches like Brian Flores with Super Bowl pedigrees. He's bringing in players with Super Bowl pedigrees, right? Trying to create a
Fuck all
winner
that.
in Miami. Again, you
He,
can say
he,
fuck all that, but it's the
he
truth.
ain't look, here it is, plain and simple. He had a take no talent type of hard nosed old school football
1000%.
guy up in here, and he ran him up out of here because he didn't want
1000%.
to give him the money to build the team the right way because he wanted the show. And we got the show, and
It's
this is
not
what
that
we
he didn't
got
want
the
to give
show
him the
for it.
money, Cap. Cap, stop. It's not that he didn't want to give him the money. Now he ran him up out of here. I agree, but they didn't run Brian Flores because they weren't trying to give Brian Flores no damn
No,
money.
no, no,
Cap,
no, no.
stop.
Give him the money to build the team that Brian Flores wanted, buddy. That's what I'm saying.
Well, again,
Brian
they didn't.
Flores doesn't want a flashy team with Tyreek Hills and bullshit.
They
Brian
didn't. They
Flores wants a
stop.
fucking hard-nosed football team, and
Stop.
Chris Greer's like, I can
Stop.
do that, but Stephen Ross don't want it.
Cap, I respect you too much for that bullshit. You mean to tell me now again, you're sounding like some of these idiots on Twitter that said Brian Flores don't want big time players. Brian Flores, that's how you're sounding, Cap. Let me ask you a question, Cap. You want me to believe that if Brian Flores was the head coach of this football team and Chris Greer knocks on that office, doom, doom, doom. Hey, Chris, I got Kansas City on the phone. Tyreek Hill's available and he wants to be a Dolphin. You mean to tell me Brian Flores is telling Chris Greer no? You
See,
mean to tell
now,
me
now, now,
he's telling
contextually,
that? Stop,
I
Cap.
don't know.
Stop,
Contextually, I don't know that, and I
Cap.
wouldn't say.
Really, really, Cap. That's what you're gonna
Listen,
say.
I
I
know
You
you
don't
know
don't
know.
what
know.
my answer is, Lewis, because I'm one of those ones that was pushing back. Like people have asked that before.
Exactly, Culler.
I'm like, yeah, he would have, because I don't buy this narrative that Flores wouldn't
See,
have gotten good players.
again, you're changing the argument because that's not what I'm saying either. What I'm saying is this owner wants the fucking flash and window dressing over the long road traveled. That's
You were
it.
sounding like Batman for a second there, Cap.
Over
Not
the
gonna lie.
long road traveled. And yes, it might mean saying no to a Tyreek Hill. Do I think Flores would say I can't use a Tyreek Hill? No, that would be an asinine thing to say.
Yeah, that would be something Batman would say.
I wouldn't say that. But would I say in the extent that maybe Tyreek Hill comes available and the team isn't prepared for a Tyreek Hill type of weapon to be on it because we're just not there yet, and all it's going to do is hurt us financially while missing a window and trying to force our way into a square peg in a round hole? Maybe he has enough foresight to see that, to temper the expectations of an owner who will refuse to hear
I
logic.
could
Like I
argue.
just said.
I could argue that the team wasn't prepared to have basically a $20 million corner in Byron Jones, but Brian Flores they had no problem bringing him in, and the team wasn't the team
Okay.
wasn't the. But again, that's what you're saying. You're saying that they didn't want to pay, they didn't want to do. Stop, Cap. You
No,
don't.
no. But
Again, you're just out here
I'm
talking,
gonna
Cap.
explain. Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you this way then, because this is what I mean. Because I'm working with a different set of facts of research that I have when I make these takes. When Brian Flores came to this team, it had 68. It had 68, over a third of its cap space. We had the worst cap space in the league his first year. We were negative 68 million. We followed up the next year with negative 55 something million. Then his last year, we had negative 41 million. When we came with Mike McDaniel and it was time with open books to sign contracts and make plays, they didn't want the Brian Flores show. They didn't want the fucking tough defense, long plays. They wanted the spectacular fireworks show. That's why they brought in the guru and gave him the money and gave him the ability to pick these weapons to spend money on, because that's what we wanted. We wanted the show. That's what the fans bought, and that's what ended up happening. And I was worried about it then for the reasons we're sitting at right now. That's it, bro. I'd rather make my own superstars in a system I can believe in than go buy a superstar to hopefully build a system that fucking has something more than a year fucking show. That's it. And that's all we've ever done. We build a little something, we pivot, then we go and buy a guy or two to make this new system work on the opposite side of the ball for the guy that we just hired to figure it out, and it never does.
Cap, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Cap?
Sure.
Have you? And again, I've been on panels with you, Culler, all the great people at this network. Have we done shows on this very network where we used to say, "Fuck them picks, go get me that guy"?
Of course, man, but we're fans, bro. If I
So
was
then
literally,
so then
And
what are
that
we
was going to
talking
be my
about, Cap?
question, Lewis.
You're going
That was going to
against
be my
what you're.
question to you.
listen,
Okay, so what's the
Like,
question?
no, what I mean is why, when it's obvious what's going on here, why did, when Stephen Ross showed that he had the ability to helicopter in and fire the head coach, why can't he helicopter in and say that get the concussion prone guy off my team?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that answer. You would have to ask somebody else that.
that's good. That's good. Hey, that's
I
about
don't
the answer.
fucking know that.
I don't know why. Again, here's the thing, right? I can only judge now whatever the
Because
organization says.
wait, I can answer. Because his devotion to things being about people first outweighs his desire to win.
Yep, another thing he wants more than a Super Bowl
Stop. That's crazy.
is
Stop.
relationship with people and feeling liked. Again, listen, and this is true. Always megalomaniacs, right? They have to have everybody believe their lie. That's it, bro. And I'm just saying, to me, the next step for Dolphins fans should unite on holding not Greer, not whatever new GM or coach accountable. Go right to the source, and it's the fucking owner. And if we're going at his neck, making memes, making fun of him, all that shit,
Right.
watch how shit changes around these parts. Watch how shit changes and him start fucking winning some goddamn games.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's a cute story. I get it. I mean, okay, cool. It's cute. Like, again, I respectfully.
And I'm
I
talking
disagree.
about the reason that McDaniel had the ability to convince Ross to give him the contract. When I bet if Ross were to make a quote unquote billionaire's decision, he'd have said, nah, hold pat. You know what I mean?
Look, could Ross sell the team and we end up with a guy who's just 10 times worse, and then for the next 7-8 years we ain't win? We're the Browns the whole time, winning 4 or 5 games every season. Absolutely, bro. Could it be worse? 100%. Is he any different from any other gajillionaire god complex fucking billionaire that we see out there? No. And he is the devil I know, so I'll choose him over the one I don't. But it don't mean I gotta like it. That don't mean I gotta like it. And ultimately, the only thing I've seen happen with this team is the same product with different fucking names and more expensive to win no playoff games, to have no real shot at winning the division, to have no real shot at winning a fucking Super Bowl.
Okay, and that's fine. That still doesn't show me where he's not trying to win, though. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay,
again, the results don't. I'm saying, Cap, you build houses and stuff for a living, Cap. I'm sure you're great at it. If you didn't work for the company you work for, and I've heard you say in years past you've owned your own company. Let's say you're your own boss, Cap, and out of your own pocket you're building a subdivision or whatever, right? And you know at the end of when that subdivision is built, you're projected to get $20 million, let's say, right? And I'm just lowballing. I'm just throwing numbers out there. Let's say it's $20 million, Cap. When you're building these houses, are you in the back of your mind thinking, oh, well, if a Category 4 hurricane or a Category 5 hurricane is going to wipe this subdivision away, it's going to wipe out this community? Or are you in the back of your mind thinking about, oh, I can't wait till this shit's over to get my 20 million? Which one are you thinking about, Cap?
I want my 20 million, dog.
That's what I'm saying. So, yes, Stephen Ross wants his bread. But at the end of the day, he's still putting, again, you want your 20 million, but you're putting the effort into the house. You don't want a hurricane. You don't want a hurricane to come and blow away the subdivision. But at the end of the day, you're just hoping. What you're in it for is the 20 million. You just said it. But you're shitting on Ross.
Now you're talking about being the owner.
I'm talking
and in
about
that
the same
scenario,
shit.
listen, in that scenario, I agree with you. But I'll tell you this for a fact. I was the owner of my own company, and I couldn't hack it because it came down to when, to be like how these owners are, I got to step back on what I believe to be the right thing to do. And ultimately, I couldn't kill myself enough to be right in my business and make the money I needed to survive. It's what ended up becoming the impasse on which I decided to go work for somebody else. Meanwhile, fast forward to where I'm working now. The subdivision I am building is almost over, and I wish a motherfucking hurricane come through and blow all these houses down so I could stay here longer. See what I'm saying? How it's changed as an employee to an owner? I don't own the Dolphins, so I'm not going to empathize with him wanting to make billions when I want not him to make billions. I don't give a fuck about that. I want a Super Bowl.
I mean, for me, I guess there's still time because we don't know how he's going to handle this whole debacle. You know what I mean? Yet. So, I mean, there's still
The
time.
fact the fact is, Cap, you're blaming him for not wanting to win a Super Bowl, and you're saying you want to win a Super Bowl. That's all you care about. But when he pumps in resources to try to help win a Super Bowl, you're mad at him pumping in the resources. Like I don't understand what the angle is here. The man is trying to put product on the field to win a Super Bowl, and y'all want to blame him for the product not working. Well, God damn it, let him be like the Cincinnati Bengals owner, which is notoriously fucking cheap. Don't pay no players, don't win nothing. They haven't won shit. Like, what are we talking about? All I'm saying is Stephen Ross, from what he is putting into this team, you cannot prove to me otherwise that he's not trying to win, because there's other owners across the league that put way less into their product and they're not winning. You see what I'm saying?
I know, you know what? You're right about that. I could think of an owner that puts way less into their product, known as the Hunt family, and they've won a couple of Super Bowls with their
Well,
less
they
into
got
the product.
well. Again, if you mean to tell me that every other team has a fucking Patrick Mahomes on it, who in his 7 years of playing quarterback has been to 5 AFC championship games and won 3 out of the last 5 Super Bowls, then yes, Cap, you got me. But unfortunately, all these other teams don't have fucking Patrick Mahomes. Now we can paint this picture of how great the Hunt family is. The Hunt family, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Hunt family, how long have they owned that franchise?
Oh my!
80,
Since the
90
jump,
years?
they've owned it. The Hunt family's owned the Chiefs since
And,
football was inception.
okay, so 100 years. They have what? How many Super Bowls? So 3, 4. So 4 in 100 years. You mean to tell me that they've only won 3 in the last 5 years? What happened to the other 96 years, Cap? What
Well, I
happened to
just
the other
remember. I
95
remember
years?
them competing.
What you
Listen,
remember?
in recent memory, before Patrick Mahomes got there, they were competing every year in the playoffs with a cast-off from the 49ers known as Alex
Were
Smith.
they winning? Were they
No, they
winning?
weren't. But you know what a good organization
All I
did?
know.
While they had a quarterback that wasn't getting it done, they went and drafted one they thought could, and look at them now. Again,
And
I'm
again,
not.
that's fine. They lucked out.
Again, and it's going to take some luck, buddy. I agree. We don't know.
And they lucked out.
They did. They
They
lucked
went
out. But let's not act
Cap.
like Patrick Mahomes went #1 overall either. So they did luck out, just like the Patriots lucked out with Tom Brady. And ultimately, yes, it's going to come down to some luck like that at times. What I will be
I'm glad.
critical of is them making bad decision moves for a football team in the case of making money.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. We'll circle back to the owner conversation. I love when Culler tells the story about the New England Patriots. Hey, Culler, can you give everybody in the chat listening the great story about who drafted and developed and scouted one Tom Brady? Can you let everybody know, Culler, that story?
That would be Bobby Greer, who was then fired by the Patriots after scouting Brady. Went to the Houston Texans, where he was responsible for scouting the likes of J.J. Watt, Deshaun Watson, and DeAndre Hopkins, to name a few.
Oh, and Culler, can you tell everybody for the listening audience where Bobby Greer resides today?
Since the year 2017, he has been currently active payroll for the Miami Dolphins as a consultant.
Now, according to all the general managers I see in the chat and these idiots that I talk to on Twitter on a daily basis, they tell me the Greers don't know shit about football. Now, if you want me to believe that a guy that scouted Tom Brady, Deshaun Watson, J.J. Watt, DeAndre Hopkins, and others don't know football, I'm going to tell y'all respectfully, y'all can kiss my big Cuban ass. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, y'all just come up here to talk and just, y'all have no idea what y'all are talking about. All I'm saying is the grass ain't always
Well,
greener
you
on the
busted
other
me
side.
there. I do come up here just to talk. You got me there, man.
Well, I'm not. Again, I'm not even talking to you, Culler. I'm talking more with Cap and his minions in the chat. That's who I'm talking to.
By the way, for 1 second, Lou, there is one minion in the chat that we're all familiar with, Mr. Ramon Sandoval, aka Grumpy Finn. Did you get a chance to meet Grumpy Finn at the game Sunday, Lou?
I did, man.
Okay, cool.
Because
he was looking for everybody.
Yeah, I put a couple of videos up and a couple pictures on my Twitter feed. So yeah, I met Grumpy.
I'm glad he was able to locate y'all, bro. Because I was walking up to my seat and I'm walking by and I'm like, there's this dude standing there, and I noticed the tattoos on his neck, and I'm like, oh man, that's gotta be Grumpy, bro. I'm like, I walk over to him and I'm like, is your name Ramon? And he's like, yeah. And I tipped down my hat and I pointed to my logo, and he's like, Culler? He's like, oh man, Culler.
Unbelievable.
Hey, real
We
quick.
snapped a picture, and he was looking for y'all. So I was hoping he ended up finding y'all. So that's cool.
So real quick, while I got you up here, Lou, now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna make this work with the old lady. But I was thinking, we can never seem to link up at the games, right? And even if we do,
Right.
it's a little bit before, a little bit after. I think we need to
Right.
do and put together a lot of the boys. And I want to get Tony in here too. I say we pick a city, get an Airbnb for a Friday and a Saturday night, do a show with everyone sitting there on a Friday night, and then tell anyone who wants to meet us out in this city for Saturday night at some place, and we'll just we'll paint the town red.
Hey man, you let me know, Cap. I'm down, man.
Dude, it sounds dope, doesn't it? It sounds like it'll be fun, doesn't it?
I'm down. I'm super down.
I'm down. So I'm gonna get the wheels turning on this bitch. Whether it's gonna be, I don't know. I just this gotta happen. This gotta happen.
I think this weekend it was kind of short notice with you, Cap. Obviously, we know how you got to the game. I was with Tony. Tony had my ticket, so I was kind of like stuck over there. Ali wasn't able to make it. It was just too spread out. We all couldn't meet up. I was actually thinking, because I was in parking lot 14 and I was with Shake and Crypto after the game, and he was like, "Yeah, Culler's coming across now. Culler says it's in 13." And when I start looking around, I'm like, "Bro, I don't even see a 13 where we're at."
Yeah.
And then I guess Culler was on the other side, kind of where we're like Batman and them were.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no. When I was looking at the map, we were literally spread throughout the entire fucking stadium, all of us.
Yeah, I
And the
couldn't meet
thing
up with
it
Culler
is, they
neither,
still
so it's
have,
crazy.
and half the lot 13, Lou, still shows 1,400 numbers, right? So it's like that lot used to be 13 and 14, and then 14 was continued across the street.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think that might be where you guys was at, which is actually the lot 14 now.
Yes, that's exactly right. Because where we were was basically across the street from where you were.
Right, south across the street, south of 199th.
And again, what are we doing? A little bit before a game, a little bit after a game. Everybody got to skedaddle because it's a Sunday. I say fuck all that. Let's do a fucking weekend. We're going to fucking do up a show on a Friday, get some drinks, wake up when we feel like it on Saturday, and then go somewhere where anybody who wants to meet us that ain't in the house that wants to come there, meet us there on a Saturday, anybody, right? So we'll just put it out there. We'll market it as such, blitz pickup, TFTG. Shit, I'll see if Kadeem can fly his ass over here with Go Time Dolphins. That shit would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? We're going to make this, we're going to turn it up. But listen, on Saturday, no fucking cameras, goddammit. That's the only rule.
Nah, definitely no camera. Hey, listen, I'm down. You know me, I'm with it. So
Hell yeah,
I'm
we're
definitely
gonna work this out. I'm gonna work this out.
And listen, man. Again, I see y'all's points. I'm not saying I'm not trying to absolve anybody. Chris Greer holds blame. Stephen Ross holds blame. The front office in general holds blame. Mike McDaniel holds blame. The player, everybody within the team, organization, whatever, they hold blame. I get it. All I'm saying, for where I land, it's always going to be the players. And I know it's easy. It's just a cop out. It's like, and Culler will understand because I've told this to Culler plenty of times. It's like if I'm trying to say it's the players, right? And I'm trying to put the emphasis on the players. If your argument to me is, well, who brought those players in there? That's the end of the conversation, right? Like we can't move forward with that. But I just think that's a weak argument because at the end of the day, you have to fill out a roster, right?
Right.
Like,
And that's that's what I had asked Cap earlier, Lou, is like, if we were to fire Greer and all that, like, what wouldn't another guy just build a very similar roster and expect the same things out of the coach?
Right. Again,
Culler,
right.
the thing is, right? If you talk to a lot of people and you ask them, okay, you want Chris Greer gone? Cool. Give me a name. One of the first names you hear is Louis Riddick. Okay,
Yep.
and I love Louis Riddick.
Isaiah McKinney. That's a motherfucker in the building.
Absolutely, right? But let's stay with the Louis Riddick for a minute. Louis Riddick goes on ESPN, and every time when the Tyreek move happened, he loved the move. When we re-signed Jalen Water, he loved the move. When we brought in Bradley Chubb, he loved the move. When you hired Mike McDaniel, he loved the move. So all I'm saying is, how can you shit on a guy every day? Chris Greer, he sucks. He don't know what he's doing. And then your option is a guy that loves every move Chris Greer is doing. Like, how do you sell that to a person like me? Because all I'm saying is,
right,
you shit on the man, but want to bring in the man to replace the man you're shitting on, and that man loves every move the man you shit on makes.
I'm with you there because I don't think we
really
should fire Chris Greer.
Really quickly, Lou, you know me, I got graphics for everything around here. And so this is where I suspect you guys. So I was here. See where it says Ali? That's about where I was at walking around trying to find you guys, right? Now everything about right here and below is still labeled 1400 on the ground. Right? So this used to be part of lot 14, this section right here. And I suspect this is where you guys were at.
That's exactly where we were at.
Right. That's what I thought. Because that is currently lot 14.
Yeah, you see where it says Cap right there? I was in Black.
Cap was right here.
I saw
Tony and y'all were over here somewhere.
Fucking Stephen Ross land his motherfucking helicopter right next to me. That's where he was at. Landing right there, getting off a helicopter with some bad.
Now you know how they got a big
baddie with him too, boys.
Now you know how they got a big corral that has like a blacked out fence right here, Lewis. Like it goes like this.
Mm-hmm.
See, I didn't know whether you guys were on this side of it or this side of it. So by the time I got here, Mom was so exhausted from freaking walking all over creation that we weren't sure if we were going to have to walk all the way around here to find you guys and say hi. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we just ended up going in because it was like, 30 minutes left before the game.
Right.
And this right here where it says E12, that's where Batman and all that gang tailgates.
Yep. Absolutely. And listen, again, I just want to say for the record, the guy that Capitan has been shitting on all day, he was parked right next to him. I just want him to know that,
Well, guess what? I was the only one in the parking lot. I was the only one in the parking lot yelling at his ass,
Oh,
but everyone's looking at me like I'm a piece of shit. Because
oh,
here he is flying in on his personal helicopter into the game while we're over here watching our team get fucking spanked.
oh yeah. Speaking of, let me pull that back up real quick. Cause
Bougie Cap
yeah,
sitting there with a special wristband on his wrist for the
Hey,
special
hey, listen.
parking lot he
yeah.
has.
So
To be
look,
clear,
so
just
check
to
it
be
out.
clear, my new best friend gave me that ticket and that ride for free. God damn it!
So
So
check it out. Right. So I'm walking. There's like a bridge. I end up walking over here and have to take this bridge over. Right. So I'm walking along this little bridge before you get to this maroon strip. Right. And Cap's like, I'm over here in here somewhere. I'm like, but he's like, you see that helicopter landing? And the helicopter was coming in like this. And he's like, it's landing right next to me. So I followed the helicopter, which landed
yeah,
right here.
I
And I
used
see
I
Cap
used
waving his
Stephen
arms,
Ross.
standing like right here,
I
man.
used Stephen Ross as a homing pigeon to get Culler to come
Yeah.
back. That's how it
I'm
happened.
like, I see you. Anyway, the one other thing I wanted to point out, the irony of all this, Lewis, is I ended up trying to like struggle to procure a yellow pass to park over here, thinking that more groupings of people over here. I want to orient myself over here, right? This is the pass I already got up here in gray parking. If I would have had to walk in from gray, I would have naturally passed by you guys.
Yeah, you would have.
That
Absolutely.
You
straight
know,
up, bro. You
hey,
can't win for losing, man.
you
I swear
can't.
to
Hey,
God.
and you know what? Stephen Ross is like, good. Got Culler's money.
Right, right.
Good.
Not only did I get him to pay twice, once in
Mhm.
advance for that shitty ass gray
But I
parking.
got to have
You know
him
what I mean?
walk around my parking lot 10
Right.
times.
Oh man.
I felt bad for Grumpy. Actually, I felt bad for Shaking Crypto too, because Grumpy came and met us, and he was like, "Oh, Lewis, I thought you were with Shaking Crypto," and I was like, "Bro, they just left maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, walking,
Yeah.
I guess, toward y'all or whatever." And I felt bad we couldn't link up with Grumpy right out like after the game. We couldn't find him, but
Oh man, I wanted to link up with Grumpy. Fuck Lou. I think this is the second game you and I have both been at that ain't been able to link up.
Bro, that
yeah,
dude,
man,
I'm
and fucking
telling you, just from shaking the man's hand, I can tell you that dude is one of the most genuine guys you'll meet in this
Yeah.
community, man. Like
Genuine
you
in the
said.
fact that he's dumping dumps. That's it, dog. Dumping trucks.
hey
Listen,
man, Grumpy almost fucking grabbed me so hard, and I think my feet even left the fucking ground. I was like,
I
Grumpy,
think I
put me
think me
fucking
too,
down,
Lewis.
Grumpy.
And I'm 6 foot tall. I mean, I think he still decleated me.
so Adam in chat said we should do it as a draft party. And I can see that being cool, right? But I don't want to be bogged down. To me, it's more, we're gonna do a show Friday, it's gonna be laughs, and then Saturday, we're gonna do whatever
Oh,
no one takes.
shit. I do see Joe Risk. I was able to meet Joe Risk. He
Yeah,
was
Joe
by
Yep.
Rist
the
was hosting.
tailgate.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've run by Joe Rist a couple of times, man. He came by over me, had a couple of drinks and shit. Old Joe.
Oh well, Cap. I got to Tony and them's tailgate right, and I already had to open up my bottle that I had brought, and everybody was sitting there trying to drink beer and shit. Man, I was on that liquor heavy, Cal. I don't know what these guys were doing. These amateurs.
Put it
I was like,
listen, I had like 6 beers and like listen, and I mean I'll drink a gin and tonic. It ain't my drink of choice, but the guy I was with was making them and holy fuck, he was good at it. Boy, I had like 4 or 5. Hey baby. I had like 4 or 5 of them bitches, man. I was cooking them back. They were tasty. Put
oh,
it this way. By the
I
time I
was
got my
straight.
beer in the stadium, that was the one that did me in when I was sitting down. You know what I'm saying? That was the one that did
Oh,
me in when I was sitting down. I was like, oh shit, I'm a little hammered.
I had been drinking E&J from about like 8 in the morning. That cognac, and
Oh
then
shit. That gasoline.
oh man, straight. I'm talking about straight, just no chasers, no none, just straight E&J, straight on that cognac. Then we get into the stadium, and the players are getting announced or whatever. We said fuck all that. We went straight to the bar, got a Jack and Coke. I think we went there probably about 2 or 3 other times too. Listen, by the time I left there, I was fucking shit faced at the end.
And I'm
Yeah.
supposed to trust your take on the game, bro. Like,
Hey, listen, that's the way.
Well,
That's the
well,
only way to see the game properly. God damn it! It's the only way to. The only
no,
way to
but that's
cope.
the other thing, guys. we got to get together and like all like somehow procure some of them tickets at one of them bar stands, bro, where you just sit at a freaking table and overlook the game and shit. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. Sit up there
Like
like
all of
boxing.
us in there,
Yeah.
bro, like just chilling. You know what I mean? That's where I
Yeah.
watch the game right there, man.
Mhm.
Well, I was so fucking pissed that I didn't bring. This is the second time I went to a game, and I'm thinking about bringing my pen in the game, and I'm like, nah, you know what? I'll just leave it or whatever. And
I've
then,
gotten it in once, but now I'm afraid every time for some reason. I feel like
Bro, same
I feel
here,
like I
dog.
chanced it too much by getting it in once. You know what I mean?
dude, these fucking people sitting in front of us, like the first like 3 rows, because we were like maybe 4, 5. No, I think it's like 5 rows away from the field, and these fucking people in front of it, like the first 5, everybody is just smoking the electric pen. Everybody's
I'm
hitting their pen,
telling you.
and I'm
You know
like,
what?
fuck
If
my
you break
life,
it
bro.
apart, if it's not a full disposable and you break it apart and put it in your cigarette box, you'll be all right. You
See,
know what I mean?
I had a doobie in the shoe,
But
right?
the
But
one time I tell somebody that, they're gonna get caught. You know what I mean? So don't take my advice.
I had a doobie in the shoe, right? But over there on the north side in the end zone where I was at, there ain't nowhere to go. You got to go all the way to the 300 level on the freaking east side. And I was like, damn. And I couldn't make the trek, boys. I had too many. I was like, I could do it, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find my way
And
back.
even up there, if you're not, you know, kind of keeping it on the down low, they'll
What are they gonna do,
stop
Color?
you
I'll
from
flick that
smoking
bitch right off
cigarettes.
the fucking side of the wall there. Good luck, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Flick that shit right off the side. Go get it.
Well,
But
I
some
had all
people go
kind of.
up there. Some people go up there and they think it's allowed, so
Well,
they'll you
every
know
time me and
wave
my
it
dad
around
went
and
up
all
there,
that.
every time me
They'll
and my
tell
dad
those
went up
people
there,
not
the
to do
whole
it.
lot of us, there's 20 of us, chiefing a couple, passing them
Right.
around.
That's the other thing is if you get there with a group, they ain't gonna tell everybody to
Nah,
put
they
it
gotta
out.
throw
You
out
know
10 of us. But yeah, that's why again, right? Fuck all that. I say we get a Airbnb and just do a fucking good ass show with everybody there in person, and then go out on a Saturday night and paint the town red, and we'll go to a spot and then we'll see where the night takes us. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Cap, I think the night might take me and you to a couple other spots besides
That's all.
everybody else.
That's all I'm thinking, Lou. That's all. Hey, boys, we'll be right back.
So Seattle it is then.
Boys, we'll be right back. Hold up. Shit, I know what I'm. All right, well, again, I got to
Too bad
make it
the
look like I've
Rams
been
ain't in
through.
St. Louis anymore, man. I'll take y'all to a couple of places there, man.
Well, Color, I mean, look, not that you can't come, Color. I'm just saying, I don't think you're gonna want to go. You know what I'm saying?
You never know.
Shit, Color
I might.
saying,
You might have to
Color saying
bring.
he down to clown, bro.
You might have to bring my head in a tank. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, like
there's
Futurama.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, throw some flakes in the top for you.
Yeah, y'all be carrying me in on a shield like Ivar the Boneless.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, I'm gonna get at that because I'm gonna set that up. I want to try to get that done like after New Year's. You know what I'm saying? Before the fucking draft. It might be a little cooler out, but hey, guess what? That mean the Airbnb gonna be cheap. That's all that mean. So, all right, boys. I got to
Now,
listen. I
don't
don't.
be afraid if y'all need me to leave the room for
But,
some
all
stuff. I
right, hey,
definitely
Color.
won't.
No, no, you
No,
need to stop all that, Color. Telling me that. Brother, you need to stop. Listen, I know I got a hater in chat right now, Eminem Doll fan, but
Eminem,
yeah,
Eminem Dolphin.
I'm gonna
Oh,
extend.
oh shit!
I know
Oh,
I've
Eminem
never
Doll
heard of that
fan.
guy.
Always talking about needing a lid for his trash can. I don't know what that's all about, but
I have no idea who that is.
again, there's going to be a select few of fans that get extended to the VIP house party. So he if we're going to invite this casual, we're going to have a discussion.
oh,
Cover charge
oh,
is going
shit!
to be $50 plus one female.
Well,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Before you get out of here, Cap, can you care to elaborate what you mean by casual? Like, what casual are
Well,
you talking about?
all I know is that this Eminem Doll fan only shows up when it's time to make things messy, right?
I know, I
I
know.
consistently
Ruins
hear
my
about
show every time.
I consistently hear about playing games or something, or internet games, something to that effect, right? But I noticed that even though we've been arguing on platforms all day, me and you, Lou, we ain't playing no internet games. We just having a discussion. If this Eminem Dolphin up here, all lo and behold, the games begin. That's all I'm saying, and that's a
Well,
casual.
well, Cap. The only Dolphin that I know don't be on the internet, so it can't be the same guy.
That's true. That's true. It could be a different guy.
Man, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I know. Every time it comes around, like the quality of the show just goes right to hell, man.
Yeah, it goes right off goes right down the tubes like the Dolphins season.
Oh, look what I got, Cap. After these messages,
Oh, I like that. Yeah, we'll be
we'll
right.
be right back.
Where'd you get that?
Oh, I got that today from HB, man.
Oh, okay, all right.
And it comes with this. If I want, actually, you know what? I probably will, since it's afternoon color commentary and we've been talking chill.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
throw on
It hasn't been internet games, I noticed.
background music.
All right, listen, boys, I'm gonna run. I gotta get ready for football with the boy. I'll see you, Lou. But listen, I'm gonna tap in on that for real.
All right, Cap. Yeah, for sure.
And that comes with this too. Cap's not gonna see it. He's gonna leave. Check this out. This is a preview. Look at them shits. That's gonna be part of the new shop commercial. Coming soon. Oop, you only get a preview. I've already shown you way too much. And my screen ain't updated. Did I lose my connection? Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, you still there? All right, because Cap didn't leave. I think he was trying to eavesdrop on us. You know how he rolls, he gets little tidbits like that. So, Lou, I don't know how much time you got. You're more than welcome to stay for as long or as short as you choose, bro. You know how you got full carte blanche here, But do you have anything you want to shout out for you and the boys over at the pickup?
Hey, man, listen. We're live Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. 7:30 is usually the start time. I know we started yesterday's show at like 7:45. Alex had some things to do, but again, I appreciate you saying that, Culler, because again, people like you showing up consistently, with your busy schedule and everybody else, the support has been tremendous. And again, we're young, we're up and coming, and we're just trying to grow. So. Again, the motto is trying to be as honest we can about the team. Now, with that being said, if you want one of these fluff pieces that is just going to tell you what you want to hear, then I would say that channel is not for you, right? But if you want guys that are going to tell you, again, I'm not saying I'm always right. What I am going to tell you is what you hear from me is how I feel. I'm not going to
And what
sugarcoat
you
nothing.
believe, right?
And what I believe. So if you enjoy that kind of content, then come see me, Alex, and Tony at the Blitz Pickup on YouTube, because again, that's what you're gonna get there.
Right on, right on. And just let Tony know. I know he hates when I try to, he don't like, Tony. I respect the guy. He don't like taking help from nobody. I get it, and I knew it was gonna run me afoul as soon as I did. But I heard him ask Mr. Negative the same question 5 times, and Mr. Negative was totally missing the question. I was simply just trying to put it in different words for Mr. Negative to understand the actual question. I certainly wasn't meaning to step on anybody's toes, man. So just, I know how that comes.
No.
I know he hates
Absolutely.
that, bro. I get it. You know what I mean?
Listen, absolutely, man. Again, things, what people got to understand, and they've seen it. Me and Culler, we've argued on a panel before.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean Culler harbors any feelings towards me or I harbor any feelings towards Culler. Again, when I get into a heated debate, no matter who it is, the way I grew up was when I used to go to the barber shop, that's what it is, right? It's barbershop talk. We're gonna get emotional. I'm gonna say things, you're gonna say things. And again, unless it gets to a personal level, then I can keep it pushing. Right?
Right,
Yeah,
right,
like it is what it is. But I know
right,
people might see something and be like, uh-oh, did you see what happened between Lewis and Culler? They don't
right.
like each other. And what they don't know is me and Culler do like each other. Right? Like that me. So again, bro, listen, all that shit, Culler, I get it. But no, I don't think
Yeah, and
Tony harbors those feelings towards you. And
in
you
that
know,
case, I just didn't want it to come off personal because I know that like I understand the man's personality, so obviously I come in and I try to play like Mr. Smartass all the time, you know what I mean? And I get that. But we had all heard Mr. Negative hear the same question 5 times and he just wasn't getting it. So I was simply just trying to like fr- help by framing the
absolutely.
question in different ways so maybe he could finally answer the question that Tony was actually trying to ask. You know what I mean? So, but I
Yeah.
understand and that's something I got to work on. That's stepping on people's toes, and I certainly didn't mean to do that. So that's all I was saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
No, no.
I want him to know that. You know what I mean? I know how I can be, bro, and it it rubs wrong way sometimes. You know what I mean? But I
Oh,
certainly
absolutely.
wasn't trying to step on nobody's toe. I was just sick of hearing the same question be asked because it was a very easy question to understand. And it was like
Right.
he just wasn't answering the question, bro. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, like today in that Twitter space, right? And Color, I don't know if you've seen, but that M Dolphin fan, he was asking, and I just received a text message. He said, "Drop the link." I don't know if you had the energy for it, if that was
I
your
mean,
plan, but
if he don't ever read my DMs, so if you want to DM him the link, you're certainly welcome to. If I
okay, yeah,
drop it in the main chat, then everybody and their mother is going to come up to talk to me, which I appreciate. But it just that today ain't the day for the full panel. You know what I mean?
I hear you, I hear you. But so
But
I'll
you
send
certainly
it.
can send that M guy or whoever he was you were talking about. You can send him the link if you want.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe,
Crowd always
maybe.
loves hearing him blow the
Well, again,
eight.
you're probably one of the only ones that love to hear him blow the but even like today in that Twitter space, right? Like it was good conversation, but it got heated a little bit. Not no disrespect or nothing, but again, people are gonna yell and scream, and we're gonna show our emotion. But I had people reaching out to me who was like, "Lewis, I thought you and Mr. Negative were buddies. What are you talking about? Me and Mr. Negative are friends. Like,
Right,
what are you
right,
talking about?" So again, I had to reach out to Mr. Negative, and he was like, "Bro, why are you even reaching out to me? This is what we do." So
right.
again, it's just,
Well, it's like
it is what it is.
Dundee also reached out to me and said sorry because he kind of stepped over me for a second, and it's like yeah, no need for that. I just want to get. I mean, you know what I mean, like just so everybody knows that that's how it happens, and it ain't never one person. You know what I mean? Like everybody does it. You know what I mean? Just some people get that hung over their head, like as the guy that always talks over people and all that. And it's like, well, in a cafeteria, how can you tell who's talking over who? Everybody's talking over everybody, but
Everybody does it.
guilty
Yeah,
of it. You know what I mean?
absolutely. Everybody does it.
So it's like I was, for Dundee, if that happens to be out there, I didn't necessarily need an apology, but it's well taken still and appreciated. But it is what it is. Lewis mutes me all the time in that space, man. That's why I told the audience. It's like I started this show with the title. It is because that kind of broke out there, and I know the rules are just different. It is what it is. I accept those rules, and I try to operate within that paradigm. And the rules just didn't allow certain ideas to be expressed. So I knew as soon as I put this title up and started this show that Cap was going to come here and start talking about Ross again, dude.
Oh, I knew it. See, when you dropped off Color, I was like, well, maybe the computer or phone or whatever, maybe he'll come back. And then Cap stayed in there for like another maybe 10, 12 minutes. And then when he dropped off, I said, you know what? Let me go check YouTube. And when I seen that y'all were going live, I said, oh, time to end the space. All
Well,
right, let me go over here.
I had already planned to do a show this afternoon choosing the title that I did had to do with that space. When I dropped off, it was because I had 45 minutes left to still find a clip of something stupid that Tu was saying to start the show with. You know what I mean? I always like to find, a clip from one of the guys to start the show with, and I hadn't done all that work yet. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh shit, I don't have a show.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But then I was like, all right, I'm gonna disseminate the game. I should have done that yesterday, but I was just too tired. So I ran through, the box score of the game, or the tail of the tape, and then it's like, yeah, let's talk about Tyreek. We could talk about there's so much a full plate of stuff to talk about because of missing yesterday that I kind of just figured, well, if I get into that, that's fine. But as soon as Cap pops in, he's gonna bring in that talk again about about Ross and get it off his chest. Because let's face it, Twitter operates in a different paradigm when it comes to that. So I knew Cap was going to want a place to come where nobody could silence him. You know what I mean?
Hey, who the hell?
Who?
Who the
No,
hell
no.
is this?
Who the hell is Cap? Who is Cap?
I don't know, but we're not going to get any flashy pics or nothing, right? You're cool.
Any what color?
We get a lot of streakers around here, man. We wanted to make sure you were the actual
Oh, okay,
Dolphin fan.
Yeah, what's good, fellas?
Well, you see the question in the poll. Does Ross put winning number one?
Oh, y'all polled y'all polled that. Really?
Matter of fact, White, before you get cooking, 116 of you have voted already, so that's a pretty good sample size. Only 57 likes. I told you all you needed to hit the like button before you hit the poll. It don't look like 40 something of you did, so hit the like button. But does Ross put winning number one? 24% have said yes. 54% have said no, and 22% have said billionaires always win.
Wow.
EM, today in that Twitter space, this conversation exploded. A lot of opinions were said.
Shocking. That is actual conversation on Twitter exploding. That's very surprising. But go ahead.
The Wolves came out to play today with this certain topic, right? And again, it was a great conversation. And the end result, it always comes the same. People want to look at the end result. And when you go to that, right? Like, yes, the end result haven't warranted, results, right? Like, we're not getting no playoff wins. We're not getting no division titles. We're not getting but at the end of the day, bro, for me, and I can only speak for myself, I would much rather have an owner like Stephen Ross that is willing to invest. And again, the argument is, if he makes up money, does he put money first? Well, any business owner wants to make money, but the fact of the matter is, Stephen Ross, we all know he has no problems cutting checks, right? He will spend to no expense to try to win, bro. You cannot feed me. We know, bro, we're all football fans here. There are owners that are just in it for the profit. They don't care about winning. For me, I don't think Stephen Ross is that. I think Stephen Ross puts his money where his mouth is. If there's a player to be had or wanted or this team needs, he will sign that player, no matter what the cost is, and he does that to win, bro. He's not doing that just to sell jerseys. Again, maybe people have that opinion. I'm not one of them people. I think he brought in Tyreek Hill because of what Tyreek Hill was and is in this league. And I don't think he signed him just to sell jerseys. I think he signed Tyreek Hill to come in here and win. Now, has it got the results? No. But how do I blame Stephen Ross for that, bro? That's all I'm saying. Stephen Ross, the man has literally tried to cheat, bro, to win. You see what I'm saying?
Lost draft picks, lost first round pick. Does people think? I mean, if anybody, the logical football mind, right? Anybody that's been following the league for any extended period of time, right? We know how teams like draft picks are like gold. That's the currency of the NFL. And for him to risk, right, those coveted assets, draft picks, those draft commodities, to put that on the line, do they think he's just doing that how, again, him potentially putting those draft picks in harm's way. How is that in any way enhancing the brand and potentially making him money? You think he's just doing that just to be doing that? No, I never understood. I don't know what brought this conversation. I don't know why this is the topic of conversation today on Twitter. Obviously, I'm clearly not on the internet like that. But but at the end of the day, I don't even know why this is really a topic of conversation. The moves that he's and I'm completely aligned with you on this in this regard, in this about Stephen Ross specifically. I'm 100% agreeing with you. Has it bared out the results that we all want? Have they missed and mismanaged? Absolutely. It appears that way, right? But keep in mind, this book is still being written. The book is not closed yet on this whole quote unquote 2019 rebuild. So at the end of the day, when you look at Ross, how he's moved, the enhancement he's made to the stadium out of his own pocket, I might add, right? Allegedly. You know, again, sparing no expense in terms of acquiring talent in any way, shape, or form. No, that's not a reflection of a man that's just focused on making money. Yeah, absolutely. If you're a business owner, we all in this world want to make money and have a better life for ourselves and our families. But at the end of the day, he's clearly trying to win at the same time. So I never understood why this was a top, respectfully to whomever,
At the
might
end
be.
of the day, you seem to have misunderstood the question once again. The question is, does he put it number one?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Because Cap's
Absolutely.
going to come up here and be like, that's not, I'm saying he don't prioritize it.
Okay.
Sure, he wants to win. Everybody wants to win. But
Okay. Well, again,
my question would be, why hasn't he helicoptered in to make sure that people are executing their jobs?
well, I'm sure.
Well,
I'm sure.
well, Culler, let me ask you this: when Cap said that earlier, he doesn't prioritize winning at number one. I don't want you to answer for Cap. I guess I should ask you, Culler. What would Ross be doing by like prioritizing winning, in your opinion? What does that look like?
Well,
Because
we
that's
all
where I'm
know.
getting confused.
Well, we all know what's going on with our QB and what we should have done to begin with before we signed him to a new contract.
What might that be?
Well, we knew that it would be prudent to wait and make him play on the 5th year. We knew at least that.
Does Tua give us the best chance to win at that position?
And that's a different question. And real quick, McDaniel went into Ross's office and petitioned to get the deal done. Ross didn't have to do that. He could have said, no, I'm still going to hold pat. You know what I mean? I'm the guy here. I'm going to, use my helicopter muscle to say, no, I'm not signing him yet. You know what I mean?
Does Tua give in that room, right? What are the options? Okay, I understand him playing on a 5th year. I get that. But, but at the end of the day, Tua gives you the best chance to win in that room.
Right.
Right.
So I wasn't talking about bringing another guy in. I'm simply talking about making him play on his 5th year. So
right.
That when we're faced with the situation we're in now, we're not further hamstrung in getting people in here to continue the window to be open for a Super Bowl.
Well, again, I was going to finish. Okay, I understand the people that subscribe to that narrative about having him play on the 5th year, but I also understand there's a flip side to that coin. I understand the Dolphins, the position that they were in. Again, giving him a contract, caving, to Mike McDaniel or whatever, getting him whatever you want to call it, giving Tua the contract. But we had this conversation last week, Lou. But they, at the same time, they protected themselves with a out clause in the event, Tua goes down to injury.
And that's fair. And that's why I personally am still in a holding pattern to find out whether Ross will exercise that helicopter muscle and say, no, pull the plug. You know what I mean?
And he very well may. He might do that. He might.
But
I don't think
all I'm saying is, Lewis, to your question about why it matters, because that would be a piece of evidence to me favoring the idea that he cares about winning first.
And I agree, right? But and Nene is my sister. I'm not trying to call her out, but I know she's a big proponent of this. But when we come out here and
Who?
we just factually Nene,
Who?
right?
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but go ahead.
When we factually come out here, and again, when you've heard me say this, people just talking just to talk, right? She puts in the chat, Brady literally came to Florida the following season and still didn't choose Miami. You know that wasn't by his choice. You do realize that, right? Miami was his number one choice. It had always been his choice. There's an interview in Tom Brady in a Bucks shirt. And people asked him the question, and he was like, "Yeah, this wasn't my first choice. I wasn't supposed to be here. I was supposed to be a Miami Dolphin." He never wanted. It's not that he chose the Buccaneers over Miami. It's that when the NFL decided that they deemed it was tampering with Tom Brady, and they took our draft picks away, there was no way Tom Brady could have came the following season after that to Miami. See, but people will come out and put it in the chat for all these other idiots to read, right? And again, I'm not saying Nene is an idiot. I'm just saying she's feeding people nonsense and they believe it. Tom Brady did not choose the Buccaneers or Florida over Miami. He did not. He was told that he couldn't go to Miami. But people, again, are just talking without knowing what the hell they're talking about.
Damn. Oh, damn, boy. God. Shit. Hey, man. Listen, at the end of the day, Culler, you know, we might have to maybe agree to disagree on this one.
And I see, hold on, Ian, real quick. Okay, Nene, we can play this game. He still chose Tampa Bay over Miami. Cool. Well, then Damian Lillard chose the Milwaukee Bucks over the Miami Heat because he didn't go to the Miami Heat. Now, you are the one that tells me there was all kind of obstacles that stopped Damian Lillard going to the Miami Heat, right? You're the one that says that. So now in this scenario, there's no obstacles stopping Brady to come to Miami? Is that how it works? So when it fits your narrative or a team that you like and represent, you'll go to any lengths to find a way to defend that. But in this situation, when it doesn't fit your narrative, oh, he just chose Tampa Bay, to use your words. You see how it is? You see what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Let's be fair. If we're gonna keep it 100, let's keep it 100 out here.
And really quick, I'm still on the fence. Actually, I don't know for myself. I do believe that overall the guy wants to win. Of course, he wouldn't be in the business if he didn't. But as to the question of whether he puts it number one,
well, I mean,
over money. Well, real quick, I'm still undecided. And what you might see as me trying to drum up show content, partly that, I'll be honest with you. But the poll is meant for me to gather information too. I want to know what consensus thinks. You know what I mean? And before I formulate my opinion. See how I formulate my opinions, bro?
But you know, Culler,
and I'm not there yet. You know what I mean? There's a lot of decisions that I see on the horizon that I believe as a fan should be made. Those decisions would be evidence in the favor of Stephen Ross, you know, saying, yeah, it is number one in my life to win a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
I don't see. I don't think this question
not
is
life. Maybe not in life.
Well, the question of whether or not he prioritizing winning over his business, well, you know, this question is kind of funny actually, because
I guess let's break it down more base. If the guy had an opportunity to get $8 billion handed to him for whatever decision X he has to make, but that meant that he had to give up an entire football season and a chance to win a Super Bowl, what would he do?
I can't answer that. I don't know what's in that man.
What Cap's trying to say is that money will always come first.
But no. Well, hold on. Because the way you framed it, let's frame it a different way. If they told Stephen Ross that you could have $8 billion or a Super Bowl, a guaranteed Super Bowl in that season, because you said if. You said the chance of winning the Super Bowl. If they offered Stephen Ross $8 billion or a guaranteed Super Bowl, I'm here to tell you right now, he's taking that Super Bowl over that $8 billion. I'm telling you that.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, if he does that, he's a goddamn fool. Because I'm gonna tell you straight up, he's a motherfucking fool if he, pardon my language, Culler. But if anybody passes up 8 billion, 8 B's, right, for a Super Bowl win, at the end of the day, bro, this is a child's game, bro. This is a
Absolutely.
child's game. This is not real
Right.
life.
Absolutely. But what does 8 billion do for a billionaire? That
It
doesn't
makes him
see
$8 billion richer.
and again, that is fine, right? But those $8 billion that he's gonna have, he'll never in his lifetime, he'll never see that 8 billion because he already has billions in the bank. What he doesn't
No,
have,
wait,
and what
but
well, again, you can say what you want. I'm giving you my opinion. What he hasn't seen or held or what's it called is a Lombardi trophy. And again, you mean to tell me when he bought the team, he didn't think about winning a Lombardi? He just bought the
no, but
team just
nobody
because
said he didn't. But the question
that's
was,
what everybody is making it seem like.
well,
Like
I
he
know
just
they
bought
are,
the team to make money.
and respectfully, I have to disagree with all of them that are trying to make that narrative. But in terms of you got 8 billion sitting in an account for you, and you the question is posed to him: you can take this 8 billion, or would you rather have a Super Bowl? Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Anybody that does that is a fool. Because yeah, he won't be here to see that 8 billion, but guess what? His kids will. Because again, one of the biggest responsibilities of a father, right, is to leave a legacy, establish a legacy for his children up into the third and fourth generation. So that
Has
right
he
there.
done
Now
that?
again, he,
Again, does the third or fourth generation of the Ross family have billions already in their bank account?
I mean, I don't know that.
Yeah. Well, you do know that because
I don't
Stephen
know that.
Ross is. Yeah,
I
again,
hadn't
you
seen that
do know
man's
that.
bank statements.
Well,
I don't know what it.
again, but
Are you sure about that, EM?
well, again, we all
Who is
know that
this?
Stephen.
Who is this?
We all do what we all know, though, right? That Stephen Owner is one of the richest owners in the league. We do know that, though, right?
Well, yeah.
See,
I think
again, y'all painting this picture. EM, don't fall in the trap of these idiots, bro.
no.
Stop.
No. What I and
You're
again, I'm
giving them
not.
License.
Hang on, real quick.
You're giving
I've
them
been.
license, though, EM. You're giving them license to
No.
run with
What
this
I'm saying,
narrative.
no. I'm coming from the perspective of, again, I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a wealthy individual. But I've been around. I've been around over the years, quote unquote wealthy people, having conversations, private conversations with them. One thing I do know.
Taking him to jail.
Hey, one thing I do know, right? A common thread between all of them. Yeah, they might be wealthy, but guess what? Their number one goal when they get up and start their days off, they're trying to figure out ways how to get even more wealthy. So at the end of the day, bro, we got to respectfully agree to disagree on this one. Yeah, he's a billionaire, and yeah, I'm sure his children's, if they spend their money right, if they invest correctly, right, they don't have to worry about anything. But
Can
at
I
the end
ask
of
you
the
a
day,
question?
but at
Can
the
I
end
ask
of
you
the
a
day,
question?
all wealthy people are trying to get wealthier, bro. Period. They want to.
Absolutely. Can I ask you one question? And everybody else in the goddamn chat. If a organization or a franchise wins a Super Bowl, does money come behind that Super Bowl? Yes or no?
No,
No.
I don't. You
not
know what?
directly.
I
No,
mean,
So wait a
no.
minute. Wait. I just let me pose the question another
TV
way.
money, maybe. TV money, maybe.
Okay, cool. TV money. Now let me pose a question this way. We all fans of the Miami Dolphins. Let's say the Miami Dolphins win a Super Bowl, right? The day after, when them T-shirts and hat come out and say the 2024 Miami Dolphins Super Bowl champions, Culler, are you buying that T-shirt and hat?
Yeah, probably.
I'm buying it. EM, you buying it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, you buying it?
Yeah.
I mean, they're usually ugly, but I'd probably buy it because it's my team. Yeah.
Absolutely. So this bullshit narrative that a Super Bowl is not bringing in dollars for Stephen Ross, again, respectfully, has to be some of the dumbest shit I think I've ever fucking heard. What are we talking about here?
Is it gonna be? Is it gonna amount to $8 billion?
I don't think it'll be that much. Yeah, $8 billion is
$8
a
billion
lot of money.
coming his way?
Well, again,
Is $8 billion coming his way?
I don't know what the number is, but I know. Hey, all I know, when I look, they always say international. The Dolphins have more fans than anybody internationally.
Is it coming? Is $8 billion coming? Is $8 billion in tickets in T-shirt sales coming? Can you confirm or deny that?
It could be.
No, I don't think quite that amount, EM.
It could
It
be
ain't nowhere near that amount. So no.
well, again,
I want to
you just
circle back to the original question. You can say what you want about tickets, about T-shirt sales, selling draws,
That's the
selling
only thing.
socks, or whatever.
You know what?
It ain't
Whatever,
going to
man.
amount to
All right,
8
cool.
billion. It won't
Again,
amount
that's
to 8 billion. It
fine.
ain't
Okay,
even
cool.
close.
So basically, what you're saying is you're giving these people a license, EM, to say that Stephen Ross puts money up before.
No.
That's what you're saying. What you talking about? No, that's what you're saying.
The Culler posed a question. Do you think, right? That's just logical, bro. That's not saying. I mean, first off, there might be a more appropriate question to ask to trying to figure out what
you trying to make this my fault now?
No. At the end of the day, though, at the end of the day, bro, listen. Anybody that prioritizes over winning a Super Bowl, yeah, and there might be some. I'm sure there's some financial incentive for every team to win the Super Bowl, right? I'm sure it is. But at the end of the day,
some financial incentive.
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know exactly how much it costs. I don't know what the benefit, what the number is. The benefits teams that win the Super Bowl. I don't know that. Do you have that information?
All right, cool. I know.
I'm just asking you. Do you have that information?
No. Well,
okay.
I do know that usually teams that win the Super Bowl, to your point, yeah, everybody just wants to make it what I said. That was one example I was using with T-shirts and hats. If the Dolphins won the Super Bowl, let's say this year, how many primetime games you think the Dolphins are going to be in next year? How many national televised games you think the Dolphins are going to be?
Again, did you not hear me say TV money? Did you not hear me say that? You didn't hear me say that.
I also heard people say that winning a Super Bowl would bring no value to the franchise. That's what I heard.
I think you need to address that to the man that said that. That would be crypto. That'd be crypto.
Okay.
I didn't say no
turn up,
value.
goddammit.
It'll bring
crypto.
It'll bring maybe 1% to that $8 billion. I'll give you
Turn
that.
up, crypto.
Maybe probably 80 million.
That's right, crypto. You've had a day of rest since Sunday. Turn up, man.
Yeah,
I'm conceding 80
I know you want
tops.
To. Let him have it, crypto. Go on and let him have
it. I ain't trying to hear none of this dumbass shit. Everybody wants to blame everybody else and their mama, and that's fine. Get the owner out. Want Stephen Ross for the people that want him gone. You know what I want? I want the owner in Cincinnati. That's what I want. A guy that don't invest in the football team. Now again, we all can agree Jamar Chase is a top, 3 receiver in this league? Is there any doubt about that? Now, Jamar Chase is working without a deal this year. You know why that is? Because that owner refuses to pay Jamar Chase.
Oh,
he's going to get a payday.
Real quick.
I don't know what he is going to get. I know today he ain't got shit. And that's because that owner over there don't give a flying fuck about the football team. But that's what this goddamn fan base deserves. A fucking guy that doesn't give a fuck about y'all. That's what y'all deserve.
Hey, Anthony Mazzano, Culler, can you highlight his? Hang on, crypto. Can you highlight his question? He got a question for Lewis in the chat. You see about the Chiefs winning Super Bowls? He's got multiple ones, but I think he's talking about. I think the main one is.
You asked the question about winning Super Bowls. Amount of money? No, because the Chiefs have been stuck in a decrepit Arrowhead Stadium for 30 years and haven't gotten a new stadium.
Even after winning 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, but I don't think they want a new stadium. I think they want that historic building to stay there.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Hey, man, Anthony Manzano, he letting them shots off, Lou.
Yeah. But the money would have been there. I think that's what he's asking.
Turn up.
No, listen. I think the Chiefs actually have a special dispensation from the league. They don't have to upgrade that stadium. It's historic.
Well, first and foremost. Well, hang on, Lou. First and foremost,
don't have the money to upgrade the stadium. Is that what
hang on. First and foremost, every team wants an updated stadium. Every team does, because that brings them more money. That brings them more revenue. So no, every team wants to have an updated place to play in. That is a fact. Now, I don't know the books. I hadn't seen the Kansas City Chiefs books, the Hunt family's books to formulate an opinion on whether or not they want one or not, or I don't know what's going on over there. But what I do know is, now to Anthony's point, again, that's why, I don't know it. I mean, I don't think any of us can answer that question about how much money what revenue was generated by teams consistently going to the playoffs or ultimately winning a Super Bowl.
Well, the Chiefs did play overseas last year. Obviously they played us, which means that they obviously have Super Bowl hosting aspirations for Kansas City.
Well, until they upgrade that stadium, bro, they're not going to get a Super Bowl.
I understand, but
plus
I
the
read
weather
an article
conditions are too
about.
harsh.
I read an article
And
about.
again,
how
another
taking a
revenue
chance.
stream.
Hold on,
Again,
but
another revenue stream.
I read an article about how they're kind of excused
weather
for
conditions is
updating
too
their
harsh.
stadium because it's Arrowhead, dude. It's like
Well, they can keep dreaming.
AFL freaking royalty, dude.
Yeah, well, it's got some definitely. I think because I think the Kansas City Chiefs, in terms of home field advantage, I mean that might be the most difficult. According to what players say, it might be the most difficult. It's obviously one of the loudest stadiums in the league to play in, and also again, it's it's one of the more celebrated from a historical perspective, one of the more celebrated stadiums in the league. So I don't know. They might want to. I don't know why they haven't updated their stadium.
They're not getting the Super Bowl. That's not happening.
Honestly, I think that they have no intentions of doing it because of the historicity, dude.
I don't know.
Is that the only? You know what? Never mind. Y'all got it.
No, go ahead and ask the question. Go ahead.
They still renovate like the inside and the technology and all that. That all still gets updated. But I'm talking about the overall building ain't going to be rebuilt.
Well, no, they'll blow it up. What they'll do is they'll find another location and they'll start.
They'll just use the parking lot. Most likely they'll just go.
That's true.
Existing parking lot,
and then once it's done, then they'll blow that one up. You know what I'm saying? Like the Cowboys did. They
don't want to do that, bro. They don't want to do it.
I'm not saying they do. I don't have a conclusion. I don't have an answer either way, bro. I don't have an opinion either way. I don't know why. Lewis is the one that seems like he got some type of intel, and he might. I don't know. He might that he knows definitively what are the plans.
What intel do I need? The comment is made it seem like because they won Super Bowls, right? Anthony was like, "Well, that's not true, Lewis, because they haven't upgraded their stadium." What the fuck does that even mean? Because do you think that the owner doesn't have money to remodel the fucking stadium? Is that what you think? Do you think the Hunt family, if they wanted to remodel, you don't think they could do it? You don't think they're making no money? Get the fuck out of here! Like,
they might have money, Lewis, but they want to stiff the taxpayer with the bill.
Yes, they want to make
That's
sure
what they want.
Right, they want to milk as much out of the city for it as they can.
Hey, that's
right. The people in the state of Missouri, that's what they want to do.
If you recall, what happened with Oakland, with the Raiders? Why did the Oakland Raiders leave Oakland?
What he's saying is still valid. They could get it done, even if they had to, whatever. They could still get it done.
Wait 1 minute. I just want to be clear. So, because they don't want to, Crypto's point, the taxpayers' money, right? Oh, you talking about like the money Stephen Ross pumped into the art building without asking the taxpayers for shit? Is that what you mean? You mean like Stephen Ross? You mean like Stephen Ross when he upgraded our motherfucking facility?
Not all owners are made the same.
Again, but I thought our owner don't give a fuck. I thought our owner.
I ain't say our owner didn't. I'm talking about the Kansas City owner.
Oh shit, Lewis.
Now, when I'm sitting my happy ass in the 300 section, I remember old Joe Robbie Stadium that didn't have that roof. You know what I would leave that fucking field? With a goddamn major headache because that goddamn son was beating my motherfucking ass for 3.5 hours watching my Dolphins in the 90s. You know, when I go to the stadium now and sit in the 300 section, I got a cool breeze coming into the stadium. And that's because of Stephen Ross, goddammit.
He did. He put the money in there. Well,
go on and turn up, Crypto. Go on and turn up.
Why doesn't Kansas City spend that money for the cold? How do you make it warmer? Why didn't they build an indoor stadium?
They sell hot chocolate. They sell hot chocolate at Kansas City.
Well, why don't they build a dome and put them indoors and keep them from freezing?
Turn up, Crypto. Go on and turn up.
Hey, Crumpy had to stand outside in minus 300 degrees Celsius, goddammit.
It's inevitable, goddammit.
Minus 300.
Bro. You fucking people talking.
Hey, real quick though, I want to provide a little mini update in the chat. It looks like Crypto is up. Crypto is up 3-0 against Lewis right now. I see three facts. 3 good one, Crypto. Got him. Crypto up 3-0 right now. Lou,
Well,
hey
Wow.
man,
again, if everybody, if
you're not doing a
everybody
good
can't
enough job
tell
at pleading
that
your
there's a
case, dog.
bias, if everybody can't tell there's a bias on this fucking channel, I mean, that's cool. It ain't my problem.
Oh shit!
Oh, that's
Oh
what it is.
shit!
Wow.
The most,
Oh
so wait a minute.
Oh man,
damn!
Lewis.
So you're
God
insinuating
damn.
the most fair and balanced host on this network. You're insinuating has a bias. Is that what I'm hearing?
Hey, no, well, color has nothing to do with it.
Oh,
I'm talking to these fucking idiots in the chat. That's what I'm talking
Oh
oh
about.
shit.
Oh,
shit!
they
Oh
definitely have
shit.
a bias. No doubt about that. They all hate me.
Oh
Oh
shit.
damn! Fuck! Now see, man, I thought I was gonna be. Listen.
I got a good audience. I got one that hates me,
Hey man,
nice and healthy. You know what I mean?
I thought I was gonna be able to come home, unwind a little bit. You know, I saw Color was live. I saw.
Well, put. Hey, no, hell no. Let me get on my EM shit right now. Let me get in this goddamn chat real quick. Hey, color, put up Cap for Life. Pull up Cap for Life's comment. And Cap for Life is a resident in South Florida, right? Born and raised. Hey, can anybody read that? Don't worry, I'll read it. Ross has helped the community. It's true. Both can be true. So anyone got a problem with that? Ross ain't
Man.
helping out the community. Anybody?
Captain
What
Life rides
community is he
around.
helping out, man?
Captain Life
Oh
rides around
shit!
all day
I
calling
need
up
some
Big O.
investigation. I need the audio. I need the
Captain
video of
Life
that.
rides around all day
Put up
calling
his
up Big
previous
O.
comment. Highlight his previous comment because he put Ross on blast. He said, "Don't get it twisted. Ross did try to go to the public for funding. He tried to implement public funding, but the people said
Right.
no."
That was his option first. Right.
Yeah, but to
Dade
Lewis's
County
point,
said no.
well, hold on. When the people of St. Louis told Stan Kroenke no, he said he moved his team to L.A. So I mean,
Well, the Vegas did that too. I mean,
right?
different owners react differently.
Ross forked over the money instead of moving the team.
Jacksonville didn't move when they made upgrades to their stadium.
Hey man, real quick. I'm gonna hop in here. Let me get back in this chat real quick. I see this fish whistle. I don't know who is he
Oh shit,
talking about? Is he talking about crypto or Lou talking about fuck out of here?
No,
Fucking whack job. Who is he talking to?
he's talking about all the people.
I need more clarification on that.
He's talking about all the people that Capitan's been talking to all day. Capitan thinks the fan base is cucked by Steven Ross.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And look at CB83 always accusing us of gatekeeping. Hey, I'll give Nene the link anytime. Any one of y'all can send Nene the link.
Who?
But we might
Oh
be on a plane.
somebody gatekeeping?
We might be on a 3-hour plane ride if we get Nene the
Who?
link.
Who is Nene?
Oh damn.
I've never met a Nene. I don't think.
CB83 always trying to work that ism angle. You know what I mean? He's always trying to get me on an ism. You know.
Hang on real quick, bro. Like, let me get back in this chat real quick.
CB83 walks around with the ism handbook. What can we pin on everybody? What are you today? Which ism
Nene.
are you?
See, look at Nene talking about they love Master Ross. Oh shit. No, she didn't. She said,
Master
Ross.
Hey, bro, I think she wanted to spell that MASSA, bro. I think
she dropped that on the tailgate too, by the way.
Yep.
Damn. Oh, you got to drop that link now, Color.
Exactly,
hey, bro.
Chris. Exactly.
That's quality content right there. Nene, whoever this Nene is.
That's how she wanted to write it.
Hey, he or she needs to pull up, hit that link because he or she has some explaining to do. Because I've never met a Nene.
The word is they.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Well, she's got some. He or she has some explaining to do, bro.
She's got class. Now I don't know if she's talking about schooling or class. Like she has class, and y'all don't.
Drop that. She dropped that shit on tailgate.
Now I just figured it
out. Hey man, I don't know. Somebody's saying something. I don't know who this other dude is, but whoever that motherfucker is talking about pouring concrete. I don't know what.
That's the guy always trying to. That's the guy
Who is that?
He's the guy that walks around with the ism handbook trying to pin an ism on everybody.
Shit.
Bro.
That's some funny shit. I don't even know what that means, but the shit is
Yeah.
funny. The shit is hilarious.
Well, like like sexism and all them other isms. You know what I mean? He's trying to, he try to pin isms on people. But no, I just realized all this time
Oh
I had
shit.
I had no idea that all this time, every time Nene said she's got class, she was actually talking about class. I thought she was going to school. Oh, this whole last year, I thought she was going to college. She's been talking about I got class and just leaving.
Damn. Nene, what you waiting on, Nene? Hit that link. Color, go on and drop that link for her.
She been calling you all classless people for all this time, man. I didn't even know it.
No, she ain't talking about me. Hell no. I know she's not talking about me. I think she might be talking about somebody else. I don't know whom, but I know for a fact she ain't talking about Ian Dolphin fan.
She can prove she's got class, bro. She got degrees.
Nene, go ahead and hit that link. What are you waiting on? Whoever you are, Miss or he or she, hit that link, Nene.
Well, y'all ain't had enough of each other on Twitter today?
I don't know, Lou, bro. Lou is wired, bro. He is wired up. God, they must have really been acting a fool today on Twitter.
They were. Mainly,
I mean, damn. See, I'm not accustomed to that type of behavior. I'm not used to that because I try to conduct myself as in a very peaceful and
oh yeah.
I try to refrain from going, from acting out and
Yep.
just drama. Period. I don't like to get into it. I'm non-confrontational, so I'm glad I was not there.
I'd have to say, you're definitely that guy. For sure.
So I'm definitely glad I was not there to witness what transpired on Twitter today. For real.
I got people unsubscribing from me because they think we're friends now. You know what I mean?
Well, I would like for you, Miss Nene, to come up here and I need clarification just for my own curiosity. I need clarification on a few things. So hit the link, right? We would definitely love for you to come up and just have a conversation. Can't we have a conversation? Come on, man.
Wow. So everybody make sure you're hitting the like button. And right after you hit the like button, hit the poll. 128 now. 22% said yes, that Ross puts winning number one. So it's dropping. 56% now, 55% say no, and 21% say billionaires always win. So get them votes in. Practice for next Tuesday.
Oh shit. Damn, Lou. I think this dude is he's sending a shot at you, bro. That fish whistle guy. He said something about because he likes not sitting in the sun. Because I know you made the comment about not, Ross putting making upgrades to the stadium, and you're not now with the upgrades. You're not sitting directly in the sun now, in the sunlight.
And he's
I don't know.
Right. He's saying it's because Ross didn't want the sun beating on his face. He didn't give a shit about you and your headaches. That's what he's trying to say.
Oh, okay. He said it's not a shot though. He cleared it up. He said it's funny. It's not a shot.
I mean,
So,
it's cool. I listen. At the end of the day, I really don't give a fuck.
Like
I'm done talking to just
fight back, Lewis. There's a chat, man. Fight back, Lewis.
Fight back with who, man? Look, again,
fight back, Lewis.
Again, I thought I fought back this weekend when my happy ass was in the stadium calling everybody and their mama out to the tailgate where I was at. If people got problems, again, in a chat that I'm in, I can go back and read it. Every goddamn year, Lewis is greenlit by somebody in the community, just like what's it called. And every goddamn year, this icon that you see up here now, I had to take the blitz pickup off. You see this face? Every goddamn year, be at the tailgate calling for people. I'm looking for all the hitters, all the gangsters, all the people in the chat that are, again, Twitter fingers, right? See, again, I'm cool. I'm not arguing with people. I put a face to wherever I go. Now I don't know what this fish whistle guy looks like, or anybody else for that matter, but I know people know what I look like. So again, I'm
Oh
tired
shit.
of talking about shit. Like again, you don't like Stephen Ross? Cool. All right, cool. Keep it pushing.
Damn.
Cool. I don't give a fuck. That shit don't matter to me. Because again, while you're in this bitch crying every goddamn day and tweeting about it and texting it, you know what Stephen Ross is doing? Winning in life, making money. While you crybaby fucks are in this bitch every day crying about y'all the life y'all can't live and oh my god this team, the fuck out of here. Nobody gives a fuck.
So it sounds like you might be a
Damn.
vote for the third option. Billionaires always win.
Nah,
Sound
I'm
like
in the
you,
I'm in the option again. My opinion is Stephen Ross does want to fucking win. I can't convince people otherwise. That's cool. Everybody's opinion is valid. I'm just giving you mine. And I think it is fucking ridiculous to think that an owner in the league, there's the most prestigious thing in this league is to be a Super Bowl winner. And you fucking people want me to believe Stephen Ross does not want to win. Has to be utterly fucking ridiculous. But again, who am I to say? I don't know shit.
What?
You
Hey,
guys
what?
are the ones that
I
know.
missed that part of the
So
conversation. Who said he don't want to win?
I think it was Cap. I think Cap been
well,
on that for a minute though.
again, that was the colloquial hyperbolic Capitan, just because so many people are yelling over each other. He was just like, yeah, he don't want to win. But he clarified to say that he don't put it as his top 3 priorities. He don't even have it in his top
Oh,
3.
oh,
So I posed the question for the poll to be a little more
oh,
fair. To be a little more fair, I posed the question: does Ross put winning number 1? Because you can want
Lou.
to win a Super Bowl, but that don't mean that it's number 1. Lewis thinks it is
Correct.
absolutely definitely number 1. So that's
I
it
would say no. It's number
still
3.
applies.
Hey
But
man,
Capitan is obviously a no because he don't even think he puts it in his top 3.
say Lou. Nene, she coming back, bro. She said you been complaining too. And pull her comment up, color.
Complaining
Well,
about what?
before I do that, I do want to thank Tua Tuesday. Shout out to Tua Tuesday, newest member of the Fins
That's what's up,
Tailgate.
man.
Appreciate you becoming a member. He's been around a while. He's cool, even though he's obviously a Tua fan. He's been real fair to me. So,
Yep.
we like Tua Tuesday around here.
And complaining about what?
She said
What
she
am I
said you
complaining?
are
No.
I say we
complaining
need to
too.
go out
You're
and get
not
Josh
happy,
Rosen.
but accept the guy who fails every year
And
for
that would be
24 years.
that would be
Wow.
that would be Christopher Aloysius.
Wow.
Absolutely. About the guys on the field that actually matter. That the players on the field, right, that determine wins and losses. Until Stephen Ross starts affecting wins and losses, until I see Stephen Ross's happy ass out there missing reads from the quarterback position, dropping passes from a wide receiver position, missing tackles from a linebacker and secondary position. No, the majority of my criticism and blame is not going to be on a guy that sits in a leather fucking chair on Sunday. Just like if the Dolphins won a fucking Super Bowl, my overall credit would not go to the fucking guy sitting in the fucking leather chair on Sunday. It would go to the majority of the people on the fucking field winning the fucking game on Sunday. I don't know how hard it is for fucking people to understand that.
Hey, color, send the link. Nene said, hey, she want the link, color. Drop that goddamn link.
Well, thank you, Nene, for the $2 donation. It says, thanks for not sending the link. Is she being reverse psychology?
Oh, she said he can fire all the people you cry about. So the implication is that Lou, she's saying you be in these streets crying. That's what it seemed like to me. Look at that statement. Cool. What I'm supposed to do with that?
I mean, that's cool. That's cool.
So again, I suppose the question she's really
we need further. We need an ultimate two of that breakdown.
How can you be putting winning number 1?
We need to break down that statement.
Well, you can break it down all you want. With all due respect, I don't give a fuck. How about that? Can you break that down?
We need that. We need all 22 in their next statement.
Break that statement down of where I say I don't give a fuck. Break that down.
I don't know, Lou. That all 22 coming out.
All right, cool. And again, that all 22 when it comes out, right? Now, a lot of people in this chat blame Mike McDaniel, right? Mike McDaniel don't know how to coach. That's all I hear, right? Cool. But when that all 22 comes out and you see plays all over the field, guys, again, either running wide open or in the NFL, what's considered open. I just want to know, is Mike McDaniel calling the right play? Is he scheming guys open?
Bro, I've already
He might be doing that, man. That's his part-time job.
They had the first half of the all 22 out the night of the game. And while
was ready for that.
While I do hold McDaniel solely responsible for the play calling on that last drive that did not drain any of the clock, I do not hold him responsible for the game because, like you said, there is plenty of stuff left all over the field, bro, and it's ridiculous. And to me, it's like when EM always asks, does Tua give you the best opportunity to win in that room? Well, yeah, but not by much, bro, because
not by much, Culler, really. Come on, bro.
Yeah, really, because here's the thing. When we can point out all week how Tyler Huntley missed this guy and that guy and the other.
Ready for what, Crypto?
On 13 measly opportunities. Then we look at Tua's 38 opportunities, and you're not going to. Lewis told me it only takes 3 opportunities for Tua. So why didn't he take advantage of those 3 opportunities this week?
Oh, real quick, Culler, pull that Nene comment up. She said, "And extended people you call soft and yes men. So you are doing the same thing we are, just not holding leadership accountable." Damn, I don't know what. I don't know what's going on here, dog.
Now, let me ask you this, right? And that's cute. Again, shit just don't matter. Stephen Ross can fucking go. I'm holding him accountable. He can go. Now what? Because I promise you one thing, right? The next owner that takes over the Miami Dolphins, what do you think he or she's interest of buying the Dolphins is for? What do you think it's for? Again,
money.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay, cool. Ain't that what we're complaining about, Stephen Ross? We don't like him because he's making money, right? So what? The next owner now, Nene. See, again,
depends on what organization he comes from.
I'm going to concede, Nene. You're right. I want Stephen Ross up out of here. Now, if the next owner comes in, Nene, I don't want to hear a fucking peep from you about when this nigga wants to make money. I don't want to hear a peep from you, Nene.
Not for at least 24 years, anyway.
Well, okay, all right, cool. All right.
Well, I mean, that's how long we gave Ross, right?
That's the cycle, exactly. We got to go to 20-year cycles.
I don't know why Nene want to sit in the chat and talk. Why she won't come up on a panel? I don't know why she won't come up. Nene want to Nene hit that link and pull up. What you waiting on?
She said she don't want to cook this early in the afternoon, Em. Too early to be cooking.
It's too early for dinner, dog. Oh shit. Damn.
Yeah, she said the president don't eat till later.
What's she cooking, Crypto? What
she said the president don't eat till later.
She said she's cooking some rabid dolphin.
Oh,
that's for dinner tonight.
She's cooking some lima beans and some soup for the president, bro.
Again, this is starting to get a little ridiculous. So I'll just ask for them toes, right? Because everything is a joke and it's cute, but I don't sound like I'm joking. Now she's cooking the rabid dolphin, right? That's real cute. Well, then she also is cooking EM Dolphin fan. Because I know when I talk
don't. Why are you putting me in this? What I got to do with this?
Well, again, cool.
Culler, drop the link. She said you didn't send the link, Culler.
Again, it's cool. EM, I'm going to ask you your opinion. Do you believe that Stephen Ross is a bad owner, EM?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
No.
So you take on the position that I'm taking, correct?
Yeah. For the most part, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. I'm talking about Stephen Ross holds blame. See, people, again, what Nene's doing, you're not holding them accountable. I don't know how many times, I'm not absolving anybody. Chris Greer holds blame. Stephen Ross holds blame. But the majority of the blame of my criticism, no, it don't go to Chris Greer and Stephen Ross. It does not. The majority of my criticism goes to the players that impact winning and losing games on Sunday. Because, Culler, you were in the building with me 2 days ago. Did you think when you left that stadium, Stephen Ross lost us that game? Is that the first thought you thought of, Culler?
No.
When you were leaving that stadium, Culler, did you think Chris Greer had anything to do with that loss that we occurred on Sunday?
Other than hiring the head coach, no.
Okay, cool. So, again, my majority of the blame doesn't go to people that I deem don't hold the majority of the blame. I don't know how hard it is for fucking people to understand that.
So I did send Nene the link in her Twitter DM, so we'll see what she wants to do with it.
Here we go. Hopefully, here we go.
Damn.
Man, we might make it to 100 likes today,
Ross,
guys.
man.
You guys are cooking, man. We're like 40.
I'm telling you, every summer,
34
I'm going
away.
to keep saying he's going to sell the team every August until he sells the team.
Well, all right, be careful. Be careful what you wish for. So
he's selling it August 15th. Don't worry about it, fellas.
And all this talk about holding.
With me, it's like I feel like acknowledging that he doesn't put winning number one. But again, I never expected a billionaire too. So it doesn't, like, I'm not complaining about it. You know what I mean?
Again, what owner in the league, right? It's 31 other owners. Okay, is damn, I don't even know how to pose the question.
I'm sorry, yeah, maybe this will help. There's also a time scale involved that we're not taking into consideration. The time scale for an owner and what they got to do to win a Super Bowl is not the same as us. Eons, you know what I mean? Like for
100%.
And taking a season for him is
we
like,
might be a 24-year
I'm still
plan.
on the 25-year plan to win my Super Bowl championship.
But see, me personally, if Ross, and again, I don't know what business owner, no matter what level, you can be a multi-billionaire, you can be a thousandaire, right? I don't know. The number one priority for the most part for any owner is to maximize their profit margin. I don't understand why that's viewed upon in a bad way by a portion of our fan base. Because even if Ross,
that's what I mean. Like, what could look to us like a bad decision that looks like he don't want to win, might be something that helps us 6 years down from now to win.
And I understand that, but at the end of the day, every move, to Lewis's point, every move this man has made from a football perspective, right? Not only is he enhancing the overall brand, the Dolphin brand, by, he's got other ventures, obviously, and that's just smart business, bro, by anyone. But it'd be one thing if he wasn't making these aggressive moves that Lewis pointed out earlier. If he wasn't, again, we always every 2 to 3 years in free agency, we wind up being one of the more aggressive teams in the league in terms of money spent, right? Draft capital, he spares no expense trying to put a winning product on the field that can compete and win at the highest level. I'm waiting for someone to point out from a football perspective, what has this man done that reflects that he's not trying to win?
The end results, EM, and that's what I've been going at the whole time. They go to the end results. Well, it hasn't got a playoff win. It hasn't. Well, again,
he's trying though.
But
he's trying.
But these people don't understand that, and that's all I'm saying.
I know somebody who does intricately understand the argument that decided to make an appearance and cook y'all. So let's get some of that. But what is on tap?
So this is Nene. Okay.
Nene, tell us before you start cooking. Tell us what would normally around 6 o'clock in the evening Eastern time in Maryland. What would normally be your average dinner that you'd be starting to prepare for the commander in chief?
What I'm getting ready to do because I got to get in this classroom. I even told my teacher, give me 15 minutes. I'm the
Oh
rest of the year.
shit!
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
man,
actually
oh,
in
special entree.
class.
oh shit!
I'm in class tonight. But here's the thing, right? This is what I have a problem with. It's not your opinion, it's the pushback on other people's opinion. Because what I notice whenever you mention someone new, it's always from the negative perspective. It always, well, the grass is not. But what if we get somebody prove that we wasted 20 plus years? We did that argument from the individuals that continue to complain. It's kind of reminds me of this country. Oh, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Then we want to change something. Oh, no, let's not do that. It's not always greener. You can go to another country and it's worse. Then you really don't want change. You
Who
really
is
don't.
that?
You know what you
Who are
want?
you? Who are you
You want
talking
to
about,
be.
Nene?
You want
Can
to
you
be
clear that
right.
up?
Oh, come on,
I'm
don't do
talking
that.
about in general. Whenever you ask me to come up here, so I'm about it. And let's not play the foolishness. You know damn well I'm an all woman. So you can play who. When we start talking about male and female, we ain't allowing that one. But back to
Wait, wait,
my
wait, wait,
point.
wait, 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 wait. So you talking to me, Nene?
Well, you the one saying I don't know if this is a male
Okay.
or female. Now you
I
always
just
say
want to clear that up.
who.
Well, I was not.
That's cool.
That was not trying to be a personal insult. That was like saying again, I don't know this person, so I don't know whether or not they were
Well,
a female or male. I was not
Oh yeah,
trying to
yeah, that was
insult you in
part of
yeah.
any
it.
Some
type of
people don't
way.
know
That
how
was
we
part of
play.
his "I don't know you" shtick.
Yeah. Some people don't know how we play. So let me address that for the masses. But what I am saying here is that all year, even in the off season, I made consensus about people that make decisions. Well, if you don't want to make decisions, then damn it, fire yourself, because this is how it works. You don't hire people and then when they fail, you start blaming them. This man has had 2 decades plus 4 years, and it's going to be 25 because we already know based off of what y'all said this team is at, not me, right? That this is going to be another season of failure. I do agree. We cycle through coaches. We cycle through players. That's what we do. Y'all blame the players. It's the players on the field, right? Well, how many players we don't cycle through for 24 damn years? How many? How
A
many
lot.
iterations of wide receivers, quarterbacks, offensive line, defensive line for 24 years? I'm gonna say 25 years, and you still have the same problem. So spare me on the bullshit that you're mad that somebody may say we may need to start looking in other areas of the organization, because you fired head coaches, you fired coordinators, you changed out players, you drafted people, and none of it worked. But it's been a consistent in the collective, right? And like I said, today we were playing, but I am serious about this. I hear all the time about the yes men in the organization, right? Who the hell hires them? If we're so mad about the yes man, who is the one cutting the check? Who is the one that at the interview process saying you're hired? He has to hold more responsibility than this shallow, and I hate to use this simple-minded argument, and that's why he's been in power. Because he put a little funky ass roof over your head. Okay, he got you Tyreek Hill. Okay, but you're literally
Oh
in the
shit!
same spot. You're
Damn.
literally in the same spot to where he inherited the team. Nothing really changed. All you got was a damn Goodyear blimp. I think they took that away from what my daddy said, because though I'm not a resident of Miami-Dade County, my father lives right across the street. And ain't nothing changed with the Miami Dolphins. Out of all of the organizations in that area, to include my high school, Miami Central High School, they ain't put one damn trophy over their head. But you know what they put over their head? A scandal between your owner getting caught. I'm not going to sit here and give this man a attaboy because he was so damn stupid he got caught. And then not only did he get caught, the man still didn't choose you. So why are we giving it? Oh, he's trying. What damn job you can try for 24 years and you still keep your job? I'll wait. You can't even do that in the damn military. I can't sit here and say, well, I'm trying to be on time. I'm trying. You know what they're going to do? They're going to send my ass home. Now, if you want to say we can't force him to leave, that's a different conversation. We cannot force Stephen Ross to leave. But to sit here and consistently blame every single person. So, and I agree with Lou. Mike McDaniel is the new stomping boy. But you know what's funny about what Lewis is saying? I know there's film when they brought up Mike McDaniel being a breath of fresh air for Miami. And Lou, and I think it was a couple of others on that show. And I came up there, I said, as soon as this man started losing, they're going to use him as just like they did Brian Flores. Everything is going to become his damn fault. I think ESPN.
Isn't that how it works, though? Isn't that how it works in sports?
No, but that's
generally
bullshit. That's bullshit.
How is it bullshit?
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And if we're going to sit here and be honest, right? I'm talking about being honest. I ain't talking about catering to, like y'all say, feelings and opinions. You're talking about 20 now. If this was year 5, year 6, then there's a little bit more grace. But you talking about 24 years, a full damn adult since they were born, is now witnessing the crap we saw when he first walked in the damn building. And being unprofessional and getting caught is not going to give a damn pass for me. Because guess what? You show the reflection of your leadership to everybody else in that damn building. Now, I know other teams do that. I'm not going to sit here and act naive. It's funny business that happens all over sports, all over jobs across the world. But your dumb ass got caught. And even when he became a free agent.
How did he get caught? Nene?
Because he was messy. Because
no.
you thought,
if we're going to be fair.
you really want me to say? You thought you were going to manipulate this first year. You underestimated this man's integrity, that you were going to just trap him on a damn boat to keep quiet because you underestimated that Brian Flores want one of your damn yes men. And he told on you. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but when you do messy business, when you do funny business, when the chicken come home to fucking roost, you can't get mad at the damn fire that you create. And Tom Brady still, I don't give a shit about no analytics and antics. That why would he come to the Dolphins with everything that's going on? You know, when they had the Spygate, he stayed his ass in New England. He kept playing. So let's not sit here and put lipstick on a funky ass pig. Nobody wants to do my business with the Miami Dolphins for the most part, unless they're young and naive, like all these coordinators that they hire and put as head coaches, unless you overpay them. Anybody that really wants to fucking win and not getting ready to get to their retirement or their second career is leaving because they see the bullshit. And that's where I agree with Lewis. It's like a fucking result over there. Nobody is working hard over there. And we see it every Sunday when they get their ass busted by real teams that put in the work. They don't take themselves out because they tired. They don't spend the majority of their time on social media.
That's not a reflection on the head coach. Is that Stephen Ross down there allowing the players to do that?
No, but who the hell? This is what I'm saying to you, EM, and I know you're a smart gentleman. I'm not gonna sit here and insult your intelligence. You are a fan of the San Antonio Spurs, right? Yes.
100%.
Do you think not Popovich, but the other leadership would allow a player like Tyreek Hill to do what he does on social media? Yes or no?
Oh, not at all.
Okay,
not at all.
Then. So stop with the fuck shit. Now, Pop is one thing, but that organization, because it's organized from owner on fucking down, is not gonna allow that bullshit. Let me ask you another question, since you like yes or no's. Would Tyreek Hill do that bullshit when he was in Kansas City?
Yeah, he was acting a fool. That's why they got rid of him. That's why they let him go. One of the reasons why they let him go. He was acting a fool, and he was trolling and stuff like that in Kansas City.
And what did you say they did?
They got rid of him. They let him walk. Excuse me. Well, hang on. Let me clarify that, Nene. They were still willing to pay him. The Miami Dolphins just stepped in and overwhelmed him and paid him. They set a price that the Kansas City Chiefs were not willing to match, but they were willing to keep him on as on the team, allegedly.
But my whole point is, without all that nonsense, he could not get away with the bullshit that he.
How is that nonsense? That's factual information. What are you talking about?
That's my whole entire point on how it's constructed from the fucking top all the way down to Mike McDaniel's glasses. See, you want to blame Mike McDaniel because he's an easy target. But the problems have been going on way before that man got here. And you fucking know it. And a lot of people are going on Mike McDaniel now.
Whoever disputed that?
No, what I'm saying
Whoever
is
tried to say that never happened?
we will put Mike McDaniel and all of the things that we loved about him as
No,
now
no.
reasons to get
Y'all
rid of
loved
him.
about him. Don't put me note that. Now, see, that's not applicable to me. You talking to the wrong one.
But
I have been one of the
shouldn't-
very few ones from the get-go being
Okay.
critical of Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
Fuck out of here with that, Nene. Don't do that.
But what
Right,
I'm
but
saying to
but
you
EM,
is-
with all due respect, I don't recall you standing up for those that were really putting it hard on people for not liking Mike McDaniel. Like he would, and I don't mean to make
What do you
that
mean?
personal. Oh, hold on, I didn't mean to make that personal towards you. I meant to say that the overwhelming support of Mike McDaniel by our fan base because of their desire to see Tua succeed, we can't deny that, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh
we
well,
can't
yeah,
deny that.
but again,
None of us, you and me included, none of us have pushed back against that, bro, for 3 years.
Well, no,
You know
no,
what I mean?
no, Culler, that's not true.
Wait, other than pointing out, yeah, he made this mistake and that mistake.
No.
during the game, you know what I mean?
I can get 3 people on this. Well, one is already on this panel right now, but I can get 2 other individuals that can come up here that will vouch for everything, just how critical I have been. I've been very critical. And again, these other 2 individuals, they're more pro at the time. They were more pro Mike McDaniel. So no, that's not true, bro.
Right, but I mean,
listen,
like,
but
I mean, like,
because I gotta get in this classroom. You asked me to come up here, please let me get my shit off, and then y'all can.
My bad, Nene. Please continue. Please continue.
My whole point is, I'm not playing the damn games. Okay, some people saying Ross wasn't here for 20 something years. Okay, we'll look into that. My whole point is, this organization is a joke. It is full of yes men, soft. They either soft on their way to retire or they should have retired. And people been saying and screaming at for damn years, and y'all sat there and belittled them and said they don't know ball, they don't support the team, but now we're fucking losing, and all of a sudden it's Mike McDaniel. Who said
that? See, I need all 10, man. Now you're gonna come up here. If you're gonna come up here, no. I'm not saying me, but I'm just saying if you're gonna come up here, and I mean you're clearly animated right now. And hey, listen, I'm not tripping. Hey, you do you, right? But if we're gonna come up here, right, I need all 10. I need names on that. Who? Because obviously you're bothered and triggered by something and by someone. I'm just saying so we can all move forward, with those individuals and collectively as a fan base, right? I think we need a healthy dose of name dropping, because that only way we can resolve the issue, unless you bring the issue to the individuals that it's needed to be brought to.
Listen, EM, I know what you do, and I said it before.
No, I'm being serious.
Can I finish? Why ask me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't do the best man hit my hand type of shit. Let's be clear. I don't do the boosting up, because there's plenty of times when y'all speak on a broad base, when y'all call people fucking idiots. Y'all don't. Every time y'all say idiots, y'all don't name drop a lot of names. You brutalize. So a hit dog.
Fair enough.
A hit dog will holler in the shoe wits, put that funky bitch on and take your 10 toes out if I'm talking to you. But let's not act like this hasn't been the conversation. Even when in the beginning of the season, people have said that they didn't believe in a lot of the moves, that you didn't replace well, that there's still questions about the mental toughness of this team when they get punched in the damn mouth. Even Tua himself said it. Jordan Poyer said it. A lot of players have said it that are currently on the team on the problems with this team. Now, all of a sudden, it all went from Mike McDaniel being such a breath of fresh air, such a good communicator, new age head coach. We're not in that generation of yelling and screaming. Now, all of a sudden, we got 2 wins and a lot of other losses to come. If we're being honest, we're trying to point the finger at this man. And I cannot allow it to happen, because the problems are way more deeper than just Mike McDaniel. The problems are more deeper than Tua Tagovailoa. The problems are deeper than Tyreek Hill. There are systematic problems with this front office and how it's ran. And that's why you attract what the hell you are. You messy, you soft as shit. That's what you're going to recruit. That's what you're going to pay, because there's other people that could have filled those spots in many different ways. Like I said before about ABG. And I know Lewis is going to say a lot of other people didn't want him, but that wasn't Nastisha Michelle Robinson. I said, go ahead and take care of that guy. That guy has proved that he should be able to be on this team. Now, look, ABG, somebody that plays on defense, have more touchdowns than your $60 million investment in 2 wide receivers. Let me say that again. ABG, a defensive player, has more touchdowns than Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle put the fucking together. When everybody was yelling, the number 1 offense, the best roster in 20 years, ABG, a defensive player, and it's not Tyreek and Waddle's fault. It's not. There is an idea with this team that we can just outrun you, we can just out-swag you, and we don't have to do the physical, dirty, damn work of the steps. Every single team has rebuilt since we brought up Miami Born to Raise. The Miami Heat have rebuilt a couple of times and got 3 championships. The 97 Marlins rebuilt and got a championship in 2003. Look at the damn Miami Hurricanes. As many people that say that bullshit about the stadium being cursed, why they the number 15 in the nation? And you play in the same damn stadium. You know why? Because they went in there and they got rid of the yes men. They got rid of the people that want to be friends. They wanted to get rid of all of the cliques and all of the people that just wanted to wear the swagger. And they got real players that's going to go out there and work hard and address the quarterback. But that's a conversation for another day. Look at the Florida Panthers. They did the same thing. They actually went and won a playoff game and took their head coach out of there and brought in other players. You know what the results were? They the damn Stanley Cup champions. When you rebuild it right, and Adam, I don't know you, Padilla, whoever the hell you are, sir, but watch your mouth and save your teeth. I'm not the one. Moving right
Oh,
along.
shit.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
I'm reading your little
Damn.
comments. I didn't even come up for you. I don't even know you, sir. And
Fuck.
just like normal, when it comes to people like you don't put your face, you put a little fake emblem. So moving right along. Back to what the hell I was saying. You went, and at the end of the day, the Florida Panthers were already a playoff winner. And they evaluate their team because that's what the GM does. Let me help somebody out. You don't just get damn talent. That's part 1 of your fucking job. You continuously evaluate your talent. And you continuously make adjustments to fucking win. And that's when you fucking win. That's when you done your goddamn job. It ain't about just get some damn names because you know people gonna buy the fucking jersey because they recognize the name. It's not about overpaying people because you want to keep people in Miami. At the end of the day, you find and continuously evaluate. You don't troll. You know why Tyreek Hill trolls the fan base? Yeah, he may have been an asshole in Kansas City, but when you got your fucking GM and your head coach, when they being asked simple ass questions on addressing the fucking holes on this team, and you mock the reporters, you mock the fan base, right? What the hell you think your star players think they're comfortable doing? Mocking our media, mocking our fucking fans. And what they produce, 2 dusty ass wins that could have been easily a season where we ain't win a fucking game.
Nene, what are you talking about mocking the fan base? What are you talking about?
Hold on 1 second. Wait a minute.
Well,
No,
while
what
we're
I'm saying,
waiting,
when Chris
Go ahead.
Greer was asked, he was asked this season. Let me calm down. He was asked this season,
Mm-hmm.
not even about the offensive line. He literally chuckled and said, me and Mike laugh when you ask this question. Like, that is so disrespectful.
Oh,
to a
about the O-line. Well,
yeah,
in
but he was
fairness, though,
right.
but he was right. Exactly, Color. The O-line is playing fine. The O-line is
what I'm saying, hold on. But what
they're
I'm saying
playing
is,
well.
no one is saying that they're the 100% problem. And see, that's what I'm saying about extremes. I don't think that reporter said they were the 100% problem. But
No, but
given that
right
you
now they're
have
12th ranked.
what you have is some issues with pass protection over run protection. Yes or no?
No, actually, our run protection is worse.
Wait a minute. I thought our run protection was better than the pass protection. Now,
No,
if I'm
not
wrong,
currently. No, not currently. No, we're 16th in run block win rate. We're 12th in pass block win rate.
I still believe, even if there's a way to address the fans and the media, when your overall result.
Well, now granted, Nene, when they said that, our offensive line was terrible at that time. So
Exactly.
you do make
You
a fair
see my
point.
point. And I would ask Adam to grab a mic because I would like to hear a voice to you. I definitely know what I'm talking
Really,
about. And that's
really
one,
quickly, I do need to take care of some housekeeping here. Triple S podcast. Appreciate the looks
Who?
like $7 Canadian money.
Who?
Is that Canadian money, CA?
Who the fuck is Triple S podcast? Who the
Triple S.
hell is
I don't
that?
know, but
Okay.
he says when they gets to cussing, you know it's up for all these NX guys. Tank season in full swing, baby.
I mean, but the truth is
Oh
the truth. And a
shit.
lot of people, you know what I'll say? Some of the people that will push back, it's not even about what I'm saying. It's your pride that you made so many takes that were dead ass wrong. And you refuse to just be a man or a woman, whichever you are, to admit what you said is wrong. You will die on this hill. We could lose every fucking game this year moving forward. And there'll still be people that will say, well, I don't think Greer did a bad job. I don't think Ross, because it's not even about the argument anymore. It's the pride that you put something out that turned out to be wrong. Now, I do know there are people who will admit that they've been wrong about things. I've been one of those people. I've heard Lewis said that. A couple of other people still waiting for you to say that. But there's a lot of
Wait. Okay. Well, you ain't never heard me say that?
Did y'all
no.
notice? Hold on, real quick. Did y'all notice how Triple S gave the 2 units extra to cover the exchange rate to probably make it $5 US? You know what I mean? That's a
Oh,
Yeah, you
class
got
act.
Canadian dollars.
Oh,
That's a
that
class
is
act
so
right
nice of
That is
him.
a class act right there.
That is
Yeah.
so nice of him.
But
Oh man, I
what
still don't know who
Hit
the
that
hell
link,
that is.
Triple. That's EM
I still don't know who the
talking
hell
about
that
you,
is. But
goddamn it.
anyway, back to this Nene. So you ain't never heard me
if
say
I
that,
don't say
Nene?
your name, that doesn't mean I mean you. If you know you admit it, then listen, everything don't have to. We'll be here all day naming off everybody that's admitted wrong or right. But there are some people where it's not even about the conversation anymore. It's the fact that you've said a lot of different things, whether you wrote them, you tweet them, you got on shows, you got in the comments, however you fit, and you refuse to admit that you were wrong. And I think that's what it is with a lot of people that are so offended about the obvious truths on the structural disciplines of this team. Yes, I'm a female. I never played football. But when it comes down to seeing what you see that's genderless, right? You don't have to be a male. You don't have to play a sport to see that this team is fucking trash. And it's been a hot mess for a while. It's just been hidden by a lot of different things.
A
One thing,
playoff team has been trash for 4 straight winning seasons and 2 playoff appearances. That's your definition of
no,
trash.
I stand with that because you know why I say it's
That
trash?
just means
Because
we're the tallest midget. That's all that means.
to me, it's one of those things where you build hope with people, and I love when Lewis used this because sometimes it could be funny, simple-minded. You've hit the surface of the pool. You got a whole bunch of names that you recognize, and a couple of people that you probably seen their face on TV, and you put this paper team together and forgot it has to fucking compete. And it has to
So what
line
you're
up.
saying, real quick, I want to address what you just said. Now I'm using your words, not mine. This is what just come out of your mouth. So you're saying Stephen Ross is just sitting back when he's thinking about what additions he can bring to this ball club, right? He's just looking at names on TV. There's no scouting, there's no research involved, there's no interviewing that player, there's no reaching out to different people that are close to that specific player, right? To acquire information to come to a finalized conclusion on whether or not he would be a fit in your team or not. You're saying they're just ignoring that entire process. They're just looking at the name on the
Yeah,
back of the jersey. This is
you
what you're
said the
saying.
name
No,
bring
if you
money
let
in.
me
You said it's
explain
the
it
money.
This is
instead of
what you're saying.
No, it's
adding
more like
words to
they're
what I'm
It
taking
makes
saying.
sense
consensus
if it's the
from
money. If
players.
it's about money, It's about
Yeah, but
ticket sales and jerseys.
it much more looks like consensus from Twitter, not the big names that you're on TV. But yeah,
No,
same
what
point.
I am saying is that it's amazing that every coach or every player that has a certain style to them is sent away. And other players who are go along, get along people, if I need to help you out with the hell I'm saying. Go along, get along people. You seen
Yeah,
how
you do.
you seen how Tyreek Hill was kissing ass all summer until they gave him that extension. No? How he
What you
was
no,
ingratiating, how he was
he's been trolling since the day he
ingratiating.
got here. What you talking about?
No. How he was ingratiating Greer all fucking summer, going from show to show on how happy he was in Miami and how he wanted to be a Dolphin.
I do
for
recall
life.
that. I do recall that.
Okay, then. They have a certain anybody that challenges them, especially coaches, who come in with a tougher temperament on how to go through the processes of winning. Not the processing of winning a couple of games, not a process of beating a certain group of teams.
Okay, you're moving to something totally different. What I
But that's
addressed was what you just said about them
EM,
not
hold on.
doing their due
But
diligence in
EM,
terms of the evaluation of the player.
But my whole point is
No.
took
I
my
want you to
comment.
clarify for me. I might be a little slower than the average person.
God damn.
Please. I'm just asking you what came that came out of your mouth, Nene.
You're talking when I'm talking.
Okay, all right. Well, go ahead.
If you're talking when I'm talking.
Well, go ahead. You're right. I apologize.
Comment and made it something that I never intended to be. And then when I tried to clarify what I was saying, you're still trying to make it to what you thought I was saying.
So that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you a question, Nene. You didn't answer it. You quickly hopped to something totally different. I asked you specifically.
Listen, I'm going to say this, and it's going to bother you. But when people don't say what you want them to say, how you want them to say
no, I asked you a question, Nene. I didn't insult you.
I didn't say you to insult me.
What I said, real quick, hang on, Nene. Now listen.
How can I hang on when you ask me questions and as soon as
you're not answering the fucking question? That's why you keep hopping from two different topics. I'm like, I didn't ask you that. What I asked you specifically was, you stated your words, not mine, that came out of your mouth. You just sat up here and said, right? They ignored a whole I'm paraphrasing what you said, but the point that I think you were making was that all they do is focus on the name on the back of the fucking jersey. So my question to you was, you mean to tell me Stephen Ross and the staff that he has in place, they ignore the whole evaluation process, right? Evaluating his college tape, evaluating his NFL tape, evaluating everything about that fucking player to gather research to finalize a conclusion, yay or nay, whether or not that individual will be a fit for this ball club. That's what I asked you. You did not even attempt to answer that question. You immediately hopped to something totally different.
As soon as I started,
you just did that.
Hold on, EM. I don't mean no disrespect, but my father's name is Michael Robinson. I don't do yay or nay. I explain it how the hell I want to explain it.
You're not doing that though, Nene.
No, I'm not doing it though. When you ask questions, you want it yes or no. You're not my drill sergeant.
No, all I asked you, Nene, is to clarify. What do you mean by that?
But
and that's why
every time I try to clarify, you cut me off and you go
back
to the first assumption.
Every time you keep hopping from one topic to another, you keep moving.
But EM, if my answer has more content than just one area, how the hell are you going to direct me how to answer my question that you gave me? That's like asking me to come up here and explain myself. And every time I explain myself, you stop me. Then don't ask me to come up here. I could have been minding my business and doing something else with my time because it's very valuable.
All I wanted you to clarify what you said, Nene.
What you're not even allowing me. You will take one part and be like, oh, well, I guess you mean all the players is just for the money. No, what I'm saying, there's a character.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
There's a character of personality that they go after. They do not go after. They may get one or two people.
You said the name on the jersey. You said the name on the back of the jersey. That's what you said.
Finish. They get somebody like Tua. Let me help you out. Damn it, since I need to do it this way. Let me do it ABC instead of 1, 2, 3. They'll get somebody like Tua. They'll get somebody like Tyreek Hill. They'll get somebody like that.
Okay, now who's making personal? Who's making it personal now?
You keep saying you don't.
I didn't insult you not one time, Nene. I did not turn up on you at all.
Maybe I
did not do that.
You tell me to put a name on it. They'll get somebody like Tua, but then they won't get a backup quarterback that can compete with Tua. And then when he gets hurt, we bash the backup quarterbacks. Or we don't draft anybody that can be a good replacement for a man that you already know chronologically has played one healthy fucking season since high school. That's what I'm talking about they do. It's the bullshit gaslighting. And there's a lot of these damn fans and these beat writers that serve that shit on a silver platter and y'all yuck it up like a Slurpee. And then get mad at other fans that call out the bullshit. Like Tua should have definitely had a better replacement. But we were told when we said, hey, Skylar Thompson is not it. Mike White isn't it. We were told Mike McDaniel, if he could do it for Tua, he can do it for a guy he drafted, Chris Greer, Brandon Shore, Garfinkel, the man in the fucking mirror that sells chalupas on the side of 199th Street, that we trust the organization to make the right decision, that they gave this man this money with no real fucking contingency plan. And we were just left here to suffer. And instead of admitting that they didn't do their due diligence, right? And continuously getting...
Is that the owner's fault? Is that the owner's fault?
Yes, it is. You know why? Because the owner, the key word in that is owner. No matter what the fuck Christopher Greer says, Mike McDaniel, Tua,
he don't know as much football as them.
Say.
Yeah, but he don't know.
Final say,
he does, but he don't know football like they do.
I'm not gonna let no but. No, when it's final, it's final. It's not no if, ands, or buts.
No, he doesn't. He's high. He's got a structure. He's hired football people, right, to conduct and an overseer over football operations, right? He's got people to make those, to bring the information to him, right? He is not on the level in terms of the details of football that the people that he has in place that he hires.
I don't give a damn.
All Stephen Ross does is they bring the information to him. They explain to him why we like X, Y, Z about this player, and we think he should use it.
Bring me up here. If you're gonna keep regurgitating the same shit you said before I came up here, can we hear another point?
So I can't quit. So again,
I am saying, as a owner, a lot of people that are owners in businesses. Hold on. If other people are owners in businesses that they may not be the subject matter expert, but they got the fucking common sense that something ain't working.
So I can't address anything that's coming out of your mouth. Nobody can address anything that's coming out of your mouth.
But because you don't like it, because it's true.
No, I don't care. It makes me no different either way. I can give a fuck what your opinion is. But for you to come up here and clarify a lot of these issues, and all of
but I can't clarify
just because we asked you to come up here, that don't mean we. Just because we asked you up here, that don't mean we can't. We shouldn't be able to address what you're saying,
Let me try to be a better host.
We want to have a conversation. It's two parts to a conversation.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me try to be a better host here and try to clarify here. So, what Nene is saying about the owner is something you learn in customer service. When you take a call or you take a job, even whatever, it's about fundamentally what the definition of ownership is when you're taking ownership of something. She's saying he's the owner. Ultimately, he has to take ownership for all of it, for the results, period.
And no one is saying that, again, anybody, it's a results-based business. The game, every sport is, right? Especially professional sports, right? It's results-based. The only argument that Lewis and myself have made in terms of, again, the question was what Stephen Ross prioritizes, his other ventures or the team, right? Again, the position that me and Lewis has consistently taken about him, right, is he's tried, again, the moves that he's made hadn't brought us a Super Bowl. It hasn't. But the man has tried. And at the end of the day, that's all I can do, right? I can respect the man for trying. You know what I mean?
EM, that's your fucking standard. That doesn't have to be everybody in this fan base standard.
Nobody said it had to.
But it is because
nobody.
Y'all call us fucking idiots.
I call you an idiot. I called you an idiot. I call you an idiot.
The EM, now I can't sit here and lie. When people take the position that I'm taking and say they have more direct questions and more ownership to Chris Greer in particular. Now I'm directing this to you. When I said things about
Please
Chris
do.
Greer and how he constructed this roster and how the contingency plans look like Swiss fucking cheese, you continue to tell me, come on, Nene, he's doing his job. But I said, in my
So I can't have an
opinion,
opinion.
hold
So I
on,
can't have it.
but I
Everybody
said,
in everybody in the world
in
can have
my
an opinion, but you,
hold
but me.
on, Em.
You the only
And
one
when
that can
I
have an
said,
opinion,
in my
Nene.
opinion, I don't agree with your take
And
on
that's
his.
fine. You don't have
No,
to.
but it's not fine, because if it wasn't fine, you know what you do? Okay, Nene, that's your opinion. Move on. Why do we have to go to a whole fucking back and forth for hours on something that I feel, based on my evaluation of what leadership looks like, and the given that collectively you've changed out everyone else in this 6-year shit show that we are witnessing right now? Whenever I watch this team, especially this year, it is embarrassing what we're seeing on that field. And people like y'all continue
I would
to
agree
say,
with that.
well, he's trying, he's doing the best
No,
job that we have.
no. We
And
said
hold on,
no.
this
We
is what I
said
find
Stephen
interesting.
Ross. We said
Now
Stephen
I gotta
Ross.
say it. But when we lose, like within, I usually give y'all first 48 hours. Maybe that's the emotional period, like y'all like to call everybody else. Y'all say a lot of the same shit we say about this team in the first 48 hours. After day 3, we back to the horse shit. We back to the selling hopium on something that, you know, when you walk by it, it's soft, it's brown, it's stink, and it's shit. But by day 3, we're like, well, I still think, you know, I just,
Who?
and you know
So
what?
who are
That's
you?
your opinion.
So
That's your
who are you
opinion, and
talking?
it's fine.
Are you talking to me specifically now? Or are you talking in
But
general?
well, I'm just talking about in general. I've
Okay.
seen this movie before, and there's a lot of film to validate it. When we first lose these games, and not you in particular, because I don't see you tweeting and all that other stuff, because I don't follow you, but I see a lot of people that are now bringing up Greer, that are now bringing up Ross, that when we were saying the same thing last year about both of these individuals, we were told that we didn't know ball, and we were not appreciating what they're doing for us.
Well,
There's many people.
Nene, all that hostility, you need to direct that towards those individuals. Why are you bringing it my way?
Well, the fact of the
All I
matter
did was
is,
ask you a question about what you just stated on this panel. That's all I did, and you immediately got defensive, talking about EM. Well, that's about well, when you don't like what somebody says, I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Nobody can eat. We either agree to disagree. I don't give a fuck what people think about my message, things that I bring to the fucking community. You should know that. Anybody been listening to me long enough, they know that. They know what I'm on. So I don't give a fuck about opinions. I would play them yes man games and happy-go-lucky type games if I actually cared about what motherfuckers think what comes out of EM Dolphin fans' mouth. I don't. So
but EM,
all of
let me
that
ask you
hostility
this.
you bringing, you need to direct that towards them individuals. All I did was
But
ask you
EM,
one
you
thing
know
about
what's
something
funny?
came out of your
You
mouth.
know what's funny? When I came up here, I never even said your name. But every time I said something,
Nobody
are you
said you
directing it
did.
to me?
Nobody
No,
said you
hold
did.
on, hold on. Now, since you now, damn it, let me take my damn sweat off. Since now you got me hot, because I'm not gonna play this game to where I was asked, you know, the little best man hit my hand up. Oh shit, pull up the chat. Oh shit. And as soon as I
So we
come up
so,
here, and as
is
soon as
that
I
how I
come up
sound,
here,
Nene? Is that how I sound, Nene?
you know how you say
Say
it.
it again. Say
Tell
it
them,
again,
Oh
Nene.
Nene. Say it again,
Go
shit.
ahead,
goddamn.
Nene. Put it out there, Nene.
She done did a Lewis and an EM impression in the same day, man. It's
Oh
great.
yeah, you missed my Lewis impression
Say
right
it
there.
again. Say it again.
Nigga,
Nene on the road. God damn.
nigga. But no, I do love y'all. But what I am saying is, I do have to go because literally it's the first hour. And Adam, put your little $5 funky. Let me give you back your funky ass money. You need it anyway for your brain. But I'm gonna
Oh,
get in this
well,
class.
let me hit that real quick, Nene, just to be honest.
No, but
Adam, thank you again for another $5 donation. He says, "I think you're late for class, fam."
But like I said, EM, you know I love. Oh shit, that best man hit my hand. That get everybody pumped up. Let me hit that damn lead because EM over here stirring the pot. But no, my point is, and I said this before,
We call him
respectfully,
Spoon around here, Nene.
I'm not even trolling with this. I think people see leadership in different ways. Most of you know my background. I'm not gonna say it, but I could never get away with blaming my subordinates. I would get my ass told up, pause, if I went in a room where people that worked under me did not get the job done, and I'm sitting here blaming them, they would have tore me alive with that, because what leader does that? What leader looks at they mean, even if it's wrong or right, the leader will always go in there and you take the leadership. And you see that a lot of times with these fake press conferences when the coach will go up there and say it's on me, or the star player will say it's on me. So I never take that ideology. Now for other people, and I don't mean this in the most disrespectful way, when you've been working bees all your life, when y'all blame each other, the peers or whatever, but you haven't been like in charge of mega corporations. Like there was one point where I was in charge of 8,000 soldiers. So I could not sit there if something went wrong to sit there and blame my subordinates. They were going to tell me that you as a leader fucking failed and you got to figure it out. You can't sit here and blame the people in that profession. You don't get to pick the team. You don't get the, hey, I want this person. No. You get whoever you handle. So I do understand like a lot of my concept cannot be digestible to some people because you don't understand how I process being in charge of something. There was always this narrative: when in charge, be in charge. I can't sit there and start hiding around like that infamous picture of Chris Greer when they had that camera up there and he had the hat on, looked like he was falling back. To me, that's cowardness. I can't process that bullshit. And then when we win, everybody got their face right up front. It's like when people get arrested, they put their head down. They don't want the cameras to see. No, put your head up. No, don't hide now. That's how I process. For other people, they look at the performer and say the performer is performing. The boss did his job. They hired you. Now,
can I just jump in here real quick?
I'm not directing that at you. I'm just saying
no,
in general.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying. I haven't said nothing in 30 minutes. I haven't even asked to speak. All I'm saying is when what you said was when we win, they're front and center. And I just want to point out that last year again, and I keep saying it, but it goes over people's head. I'm not talking about week 5, week 6, week 7. I'm talking in week 15 last year, the Miami Dolphins were playing for the overall #1 seed in the AFC. Fuck the division. I'm talking about the #1 overall seed, and this is week 15. I don't remember seeing Chris Greer in front of a podium. I don't remember that. So again, when I hear, well, when we're winning, all their faces are up, and I never seen Stephen Ross when we were in week 15 playing for the whole #1 overall seed. I didn't see Chris Greer in front of the camera. Again, well, show me when Chris Greer.
You don't remember seeing Chris Greer and Wilkins chest bumping and high fiving after the wins? Do you see his ass now? We losing.
Again, so
that's a fact.
No. Well, again, do you? So when do you see anybody chest bumping when we're losing? Nene? I mean, is that your argument? Is that your argument, Nene?
But
for real?
It's my fact. It's true. When we were winning,
so people can't be excited when they're winning.
But look, Nene, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Nene. Let me ask you a question. So in the Army, when y'all won a battle, y'all would be excited. So let's say in the sake of this scenario, if y'all lost a battle, are y'all bumping? Are y'all chest bumping? Are y'all excited?
Oh,
because
I'm just saying, what we doing?
I'm just saying. No.
I'm just saying. I'm gonna answer your question. If we fucking lose, we going back out there to go to work. We're going back out there to figure out what the hell happened.
And you don't think they're doing that?
We're not gonna sit here and start blaming other people.
And you don't think they're doing that? And you don't think they're doing that?
No, they're not. The proof is in the pudding.
Well, no, that's your opinion. And again, I just want to point out.
Your opinion. So none of us is right.
Well, again,
none of us is right. You got an opinion, I got an opinion. So none of us is right.
Right. But what I'm saying is, okay, again, are you done? Just let me know when you're done. Because again, I didn't say nothing for 30 minutes. I didn't cut you off not one time. Now you keep cutting me off. See, the problem is
you cut me off while I was still talking.
Well, when are you going to be done? You let me know when you're going to be done.
Oh, okay.
Right, cool.
Let me finish my point. Because I know when I brought up the whole working bee thing, that then you came off mute. And that's why I said, no, I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking about how certain people process who should be held accountable. And it's very clear since you came off of mute.
Damn.
Your process is that The working bees work. The owners pay and get you there, and that's their limitation. So apparently, and if that's your opinion, that's yours. But I beg to differ from that. As a owner, as a supervisor, you're well, excuse me. Good leaders are consistently in the fight. Good leaders just don't throw their hand in one thing and back away, especially someone that has a title that is an evaluator. And out of his own rusty ass lips, he says he's always evaluating, right? So how do you go on one end and say, I'm always evaluating, I'm always looking, to basically we ain't doing nothing? Like, which one is it? That's a bipolar leadership. What I am saying is, when we sit here, we want to blame the players. And I know Tony isn't here, but he said it perfectly. These guys do not walk to Joe Robbie Stadium. I still call it that because I'm actually from Miami. Never knew what these other damn names you call them. Joe Robbie Stadium in Carroll City, Florida. Not that damn Miami Gardens gentrification name they gave it because they like the tourists to come in there in the Generation X. It's called Carroll City. On 199th Street, you don't just walk in there and put on a jersey and get access codes and all of this other stuff. There is somebody that's responsible for you being there. And not just being there, but if you're soft, nigga, and a yes man that's not producing, then that's when it's the job of the person that's in charge to clean the fucking house. And not just leave the people that make you feel good because they agree with every fucking thing you say. But get the people in there that's gonna go in there and make the right fucking changes to where we're not waiting 25 fucking years for the bare minimum of a playoff win. And I don't care if y'all gonna sit here and debate it and fight it, but it always comes back to that. This bullshit that we've dealt with for over 20 some years. Now, Ross wasn't here for all of it. So whatever his watch start, damn it, it's over 10 years. And no job that I know, 10 years of not getting something done or just being at that same speed, it does cause concern from people that are purchasing the product. So that's why when y'all get on the fans and start talking about how bad the fans are, but as soon as we bring the owner, well, they're trying. Hold on, well, the fans are fucking trying. How about that? Every time y'all say that bullshit about him trying, well, the fans are trying. The fans are trying to be patient. We're looking at this bullshit that we see every time we turn on the TV and this team is getting their ass whipped. Now it's not by good teams anymore. Now it's the bad teams at home that we're losing to, right? Did we overcome that step? Did we overcome that? Wasn't that some of the bullshit y'all were feeding me early in the season? Well, we ain't worried about that. We could beat the bad teams now. We could beat the we done got our ass kicked by Tennessee twice, less than a year and a half, by a bad team. But yet y'all told me we don't have to worry about that no more. So maybe when we voice our frustrations, when we voice our passions, let's get that same energy of that trying pass that y'all giving Krista Aloysius Greer III, that y'all giving Stephen Ross. But no, our trying doesn't benefit you because it goes against that opinion that you've been putting out there that a lot of it is wrong. Extending tour was wrong. Bringing Mike McDaniel back was wrong, right?
Are
And a
you
lot of
done?
y'all said that. And I
I'm
landed.
just trying to figure out. Are you done?
I'm good. I'm about
Are
to
you?
log off. Try to get in here.
Okay. All right. So you got all your shit off? You sure about that? I just want to make sure. I don't want to cut you off.
I don't know how else to answer you. I'm good. I said what I
Okay.
gotta say.
Okay. All right. The simple fact is, when you bring up your army analogy and stuff, until it says Natasha Robinson owns the fucking army, you don't control shit. Like this narrative that you always trying to like paint the picture of NFL football to the army is some of the dumbest shit I think I've ever fucking heard, because shit don't make no fucking sense. The simple fact is, we can fire whoever you want. It's cool. I go to the simple fact of when we want to fire the owner. I just want to know how that works, because I think everybody on this panel has had a real job before. And I'm sure that person never agreed with the owner or had a disagreement with the owner. Or let's say in this scenario, failed the owner, right? Made a mistake to where the company lost money or didn't get the results that they were looking for what that person was hired to do. Okay, cool. In that scenario, how many times have you seen the owner close the business? Or the owner say, you know what, I'm going to step down because I need to be accountable for this person that's not getting the job done. I just want to know. How many times has that happened? I'll answer, never. It never fucking happens. To sit here and cry every goddamn day about an owner not getting the results. Okay, cool. I'm with you. I'm with everybody in the chat. Let's fire everybody in the what's it called? But again, if the main problem from what everybody's telling me is Stephen Ross, how do you get him out of the building? How do you get Stephen Ross to fire himself is the question. Forget about firing Brandon Shore, Chris Greer, whoever else y'all want fired. Cool. How do you fire Stephen Ross? Another thing I did want to address. All the times you've been telling us and we're wrong and stuff. See, I never came up here and said anything that I was right or you were wrong. That's what you did. Cool. It sounds to me, just listening, because again, I just started talking now. What it sounded like, though, right, is the same things you're crying about, Nene, on a daily basis about the yes man that is. And again, I agree with you because that's my narrative. I'm the one that put out there's a lot of yes men in that fucking front office. So I'm not saying you're wrong there. What I'm saying is when you get on here, Nene, with your soapbox and telling people how you were right and they're wrong and just to bow down and kiss the ring, what you want is yes men, Nene. So the same person that you're crying about in Stephen Ross, just putting yes men around them. Every time you get on this motherfucking panel, you want yes men to agree with you and just bow down.
Damn.
So what's the goddamn difference with you complaining about yes men when again what you're asking me to do today is say yes, Nene, you're right, Nene, I agree with you, Nene, when I fucking don't, and I will never agree with that bullshit that you're trying to fucking sell. Respectfully.
Oh, I got to point to the only way to force Ross out is to ironically force him out by pressuring him to get his $8 billion profit that he's sitting on right now to cash out.
Nene,
That's how you do it.
Nene, you don't have a response?
Well, it's okay if not. I think she might have had to log off, but I think that's a good point to
That'd be the only way.
I think that's a good point to land this debate on for the time being.
Shit.
Yeah, she had to log
He's
off.
actually sitting on the $8 billion profit from what he bought the team.
Listen, I'm almost at 4 hours. I think that's a perfect spot to land this debate on. Look at the poll, hit the poll. We got 157. That's a great sample size. Does Ross put winning number one? Still about the same results. 22 said yes. 56% say no. 22% say billionaires always win. I'm ending that poll now. We're at 72 likes. Hit the like button for me. And I'm gonna give you guys some final thoughts because I gotta jump out on this one. It's been a good 4 hour show.
Hold on.
I got you, Nene. Just a sec. I got you. I think as fiery as it got, I think it's healthy enough to still put on my podcast. So that's pretty cool.
I was getting ready to say, I hope Nene ain't running away now. I hope she ain't got scared.
No, but I do got to keep it below the 4 hour minimum. So we got stuff to top up.
Let me be very clear and sincere. Just because you yell on the mic, and for the little cowards, they gotta have.
Don't do that. You've been yelling. Don't do that.
No,
You've been
hold
yelling.
on.
Don't do
I didn't
that.
cut you off.
Well,
I didn't
again,
cut you off, sir.
but no. What you're not going to do is again. No.
I didn't cut you off, sir.
Well, you're right.
Can I finish what I had to say?
But again, that's cool. You can finish. What I'm telling you
okay,
is,
then. So please let me finish.
No.
I held self-control.
You can finish. No. Again, when you were talking for 30 minutes and I didn't say a fucking word, you were screaming your motherfucking ass off. What you're not going to do is come. No. What you're not going to do is come in here and again.
Let me know when you're done.
Yes, thank you. What I'm saying is you can say whatever you want. What you're not going to do is say, oh, as much as you scream for 30 minutes straight, no one says shit. So don't come up here and say, "Oh, you're screaming." That's what you were doing
Hold
too.
on, Lewis.
So again,
Did I
it is what it
say?
is.
Did I say you were screaming, or that's what you assume because I said screaming?
Well, when you come up, who else
Okay.
were you talking
Thank
about?
you. Thank
Well,
you. I
again,
never
no,
said
no.
the tape. The tape is clear.
Who
I
else were
never
you talking
said
about?
Lewis' name.
Who
And
else?
that's
Who were
the
you
damn
implying?
problem.
Who were you
That's the
implying?
damn problem. As much as
Who were
people
you
say
implying?
that I am, if I can
Let's
finish
not
my
play these
words
stupid
without being
games.
cut off,
Let's
if
not
I
play
can
these
finish
stupid
my
games. Who
words
were you
without being
implying?
cut off,
But again, who were you implying?
can
Let's
I
not play
finish
the
what the
game.
hell I was gonna say so I can tell you who I'm implying?
Well, again, please.
Thank you. So, like I was going to address for the little cowards like Adam and AC43 and the other misogynist Jose M. Let's get one thing fucking clear. None of you men scare me. And unlike three of your names, you never come up here to grab a mic to have this conversation. Now it got passionate, but at the end of the day, you little sissies, I'm still gonna be here. I'm still gonna say what I gotta say. And no matter if you agree with my opinion, I am allowed my opinion. And as for my military service, I didn't want to bring that in because there's some people that were unqualified to serve. They have a problem with that. You take that for what it is. I served 22 years honorably. I am currently a grad student and law student with a 4.0 GPA. I have been in places where people that you fucking voted for president. So don't you ever disrespect me unless you're willing to come up here and have a healthy conversation. Now, I know some of you deal with these weak females that suck your toe and suck your dick and cook for you, but I'm not that one. So you could take that misogynistic attitude of shut up and cook somewhere fucking else. Now, back to Lewis. If you know us any well, at the end of the day, I sit here and we have our conversations, and I'm just as passionate as you. But my opinions are still what they are. I feel that there are people who do not hold owners accountable. I still stand with that. And as for the Miami Dolphins, until they can show that this experiment of the Ross Greer, you like to add Shore and Garfinkel, cool, the collective, till they show me this particular experiment is working, I'm not going to attack fans. I'm not going to attack players because fans are coming and going. Players are coming and going. And we have had the same consistent leadership issues with not meeting our goals. Our goals is not to just get to the playoffs and get booted out. Now, if that's your goal, cool. But for the majority of us, especially that live and from Miami, our goal is championships. So if that's your bar, if that's what you like and you call it crying and whining, I hear that from everyone. So how can we sit here and call out one group of people for something that you just do? You just do it in a different stance. Your stance is different, but you're yelling, you're screaming. One can say that you're crying, right? My opinions are my opinions. At the end of the day, I wasn't even going to come up here. I was just listening to this on my way to school, but I was asked to come up here. So we ask people to grab a mic, even for the little weirdos that got a problem with it. Maybe you're mad because no one asked you to come up here, because you probably never come up here because you're a scary little bitch that hides behind comments. Instead of for all the things you say about a woman being submissive and weak, at least I'm strong enough to grab a mic and have a conversation about football. Now, we can always go to other things, but you're not man enough to do that neither. I guarantee the majority of you would not see me. I guarantee in person. And I don't have to go on live and say, meet me somewhere. I'll meet you somewhere if that's what you really want to do. But I'm not trying to have that conversation. But again, anybody that stayed here from the beginning, and that's probably why Culler didn't drop the link, because he know how I am. I'm going to defend myself. None of you are my fathers. None of you are my man. Nobody's going to talk to me fucking crazy, and I'm not going to punch back. Now, if you don't like that, then don't call me up here. Don't call me up here if you don't want to hear what I got to say. Don't ask me questions, and then as soon as I start asking questions, you jump over me. That's not debating. A real person that's debating can have self-control and listen to someone's opinion that differs them and wait until it's their turn. But if we want to play the game of you yell, I yell, you yell, okay, it'll just be a discordant conversation. And that's for the most part why I kind of disassociated myself from a lot of these places, because I know how it is. Unless we're on Twitter and people just mute
Nene,
people.
Nene, that's all I was trying to do. I was just trying to address something that you stated. That's all. That was 100% what my intentions were. Period. Nothing more, nothing less. I was not
Yeah,
trying to
and you
insult
know,
you. I was
EM,
not trying to go
it's
back
all
and forth
love.
with you. I just asked you a question. What you
It's
state,
all
you know.
love. It's all love. I have a deep respect for you. Lewis is my brother. And just like Lewis said earlier on the show, we may go back and forth or whatever, and then we go backstage and we're having a different
I might
conversation.
hard drop it. Y'all just keep this going backstage. I might hard drop it.
But I'm just talking to directly to the people, especially the males in the chat that always got something to say, right? You bring up my gender more than I do. But then when I address your misogyny, I address your stereotyping, I address your ignorance, now you want to play victim, and I ain't having it. I'm that one. I'm going to law school, so that's all I do is debate cases, baby. If you gonna do it, let's do it. Grab a mic. Whenever Color has coffee with Color or lemonade with Color, I'll bring the damn tea and I'll sip it with you. So don't if you man enough to hide Adam, and I'm all
Damn,
about
lemonade with
everybody in
tea.
Dade
I
County.
know, right? I mean, I'll have some
Adam,
iced tea with
Damn.
lemonade. I don't know about with some
Now,
lemon. I
now,
don't know
now,
about
I,
lemon.
now I will, I will
Damn.
say, now I will say that's where I agree with Nate. And I'm not taking no shot at nobody in the chat or nothing like that, but I will agree. What you just seen now, let's say between me and Nene or whatever. Again, tomorrow when I do a space, Nene will be one of the first people that get that link
absolutely.
to the space. Like when I do my shows on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Nene will be one of the first ones that I will send that show link to and tell her to pull up. Nothing is going to change between this little debate between me and Nene with our friendship and our relationship. The fact of the matter is, I can be the first one to say, this is where, when I'm having a debate, I don't see male, female, I don't see none of that. We're talking football and having a discussion. And that's where I will agree with Nene. There is a lot of people that have very strong opinions, but won't put a face to it or a voice to it or anything. They'll just stay in the chat, and that's fine. Everybody moves how they move. I'm not trying to take no shot at no way. Nobody. I will say, though, I do give Nene credit because, again, there's 4 other gentlemen up here, right? And she's the only female, and she's holding her own. Whether I agree with her stance or not, that's again, that's something for another conversation for another day. But in the aspect of her coming up here and debating, oh no, I will always respect that. And that's why, Nene, I just want you to know that's why I'll come at you like that. Because again,
Oh yeah,
I don't
we
look at the way you
we
just
love
said it.
each other. We cool. Like I'm just talking to these little
So
men in
I got
tights
you.
down there that get mad when they say little slick, passive aggressive, uh, you know, microorganism things to where you think like it's just like and people get mad at this. You know, I find funny people claim that they're not racist or sexist. They get mad when you bring it up. Ain't that funny? You not something, but when somebody brings it up, you the first dog that
You can
hollers.
elaborate on that, Nene. I need all 10 on that. I need
And
all
you
10
know
on
what it
that
is.
one.
And they show up. They used to have a show about it
What if,
called In
what if,
Living
wait,
Color.
wait. What if we're talking CB83 putting isms on everybody though? What
Oh
about that, man?
yeah.
I mean, that gets
Ain't it
annoying
funny?
after a while.
Ain't it funny how that hit dog holler? Because I'm gonna be honest, when we came up here, me and EM and Lewis, we have our own dialogue, and we will always see things differently. That's the whole thing of being a human being. That's why you have an individual fingerprint and dental.
I'm just saying,
Right.
CB83 goes around hitting everybody. Like, why?
But like I said, me and them are gonna always be cool. But what I always respect about them is that they never treated me differently because of my gender or anything, my service or anything like that. But there are people in the comments that feel like that we shouldn't speak. And that's why I call you out because you're obvious. Because if you one thing I know about real men, they're not gonna be afraid to pull the link up and come up here and say what they gotta say. They're not gonna hide in the chat. They're not gonna hide by
Yeah,
they're
damn.
not gonna hide behind an emoji of the Dolphins. They're gonna put their face on. They're gonna put their voice or their face to something because they can be a man and stand on it. But the ones that got a little bit of more submissive traits, I guess, than me, they hide behind comments. They say passive aggressive sexist things. They say passive aggressive racist things, and I'm all about calling it out. I got all that energy, and that's why I could put my voice to this with no problem with my actual picture versus some of you that will like to hide. So when I started turning up, it really wasn't towards EM, it wasn't towards Lewis, it was really towards Adam Padilla It was really to AC43. It was really to a couple of the individuals that I guess left the chat once they learned that me and Lewis
Cam
and yeah.
Newton.
I'm
Uh,
all about it. I'm all about it. But you know what? Yeah, hey, and like my boy Tony,
I
he
just,
I
man,
know
all
one
I know
thing,
is
Nene.
if I'm Cam Newton, I'm steering clear of Nene. That's all I
No,
know.
no, fuck all that. I know one thing, Nene. You owe me
what's
a
up, baby?
goddamn. I need to hear you say you was wrong. You owe me the goddamn apology because you automatically assumed that I was trying to make something out of nothing. I just
Oh no,
asked
no,
you.
no, 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 no,
I
no.
just asked you a
EM,
question. I just
EM,
asked you a
I
question about what
apologize
you
to
said, and
you.
you immediately attacked me, Nene.
No, EM, as a Dolphin fan, as you know, I have how much respect I have for you. I do apologize, but I can't lie. What turned me up because I'm a woman of my word is this Adam Padilla that can write paragraphs and short stories, but he still hasn't grabbed the mic. He even tried to time me out, baby. That's how much of a coward he is. So again, show your face. I'll probably be on here Friday because I don't have class. And we can have an actual sports debate. If you feel that I'm using my gender to get out of a sports debate, grab a mic. Color, you could come up with a subject. You could come up with
Well,
question and answer.
it'll be Shake on the host that night.
Oh,
That's
oh,
drive
well,
time
and
night.
that's even better. That's my dog. So anyway, Adam Padilla, here's the challenge. The challenge is yours. You think you know more about sports, about the Dolphins, and that I don't know ball? Friday night, come back up here, open panel, you debate me like a football fan. It being a man is a little bit too much for you.
Wow.
Nene, you know damn well a lot of these folks in the chat. I'm not saying
Goddamn.
that individual. I'm just saying in general, right? Because you know I got my haters too. They always trying to kill. They've been trying to kill me since 2019. They'd rather run through hell with gasoline draws on to hit that goddamn mic. You know that. They ain't
See,
gonna come up to they,
everybody wants me to like
they gonna
open
stay
the
in the
door,
chat.
you know.
You know they gonna stay
But
hide out in the chat.
Oh, and
Goddamn
that's
it.
what I know,
man,
EM. But sometimes one will surprise you. And time is still left, Adam. I literally got an extension of 10 more minutes. I could stay backstage. If you're not comfortable for the world to hear you to get cooked, we could do a private barbecue backstage. Because
Damn.
I'm all about
The
that.
world getting cooked. Damn.
oh man.
Yeah. I'm still looking for several individuals over the years that hide out in the chat, been bumping and talking shit, and I tell them, hey man, look, why you hide out in the chat, right? Come on up here if you got so much to say. Yeah, if you have to hit that goddamn link, I'm still waiting. So you know
Oh,
how it is.
he
You know
wrote
how
a lot of
that is.
paragraphs, but I just want him to come up here and then you let the people decide because you had a lot of things to say about me. You know what, Adam? Respectfully, that's your opinion. But let's let the people decide. You debating me about the Miami Dolphins, we will leave gender out since that's very uncomfortable for you for whatever those reasons may be.
I mean,
Fine.
I could do a one-on-one engagement any time of the week. You know what I mean? If that were to be arranged, sure. You know.
Color, I'm all about it, but I see there's a lot of sparks on the road, and that's Adam backpedaling. So now that I've asked you to actually come up here and debate me, you refuse to do that. I just rather you just say I yield, Nene, and I'll just leave it alone because I'm that crazy. I will
Damn.
come back.
Shit.
So I think we got
Well,
maybe not in my brand, but I think in Shake's brand, we got just the meme for that, Nene. If I remember correctly.
Oh
Let me see
yeah.
if I
Oh,
can
he at
find it.
work. Listen, I'm at school and I'm in the parking lot. Tell your boss to take a break. Clock out. You don't got no breaks at your job? Come on, we don't do excuses. We produce. Take a little break and let's have a conversation about some football. And if you're not comfortable with having a conversation live, we can record it and then they could play it and let the people decide. Because, see, I love dealing with people that have your type of mentality to challenge me like I ain't that one. I am that one and the two and the three when it comes to this. So, again, you should have just stayed out of it because I literally came up here just to troll my boy EM. Hey, EM, go back and listen to Lewis Space. I do a little impression of Lewis. You're gonna absolutely
Oh, it's
love
gold.
it.
It's gold, bro.
You got him too, Nene? Oh,
It's
okay.
No,
gold.
it's funny. It's funny. I did a little impression.
It is.
Before
It's
you go
gold.
though, say it again, Nene. Is that how it sounds? Say it again. Say it again.
Oh. Yeah. And you know what? The first time I met you, I really got caught up in it. You be like, shit, oh shit. I said, hold on, let me get to this link. But
That
Lewis is
shit
funny
is
when he
hilarious.
It
listen.
was so
Lewis is
crazy. It
funny
was
when
so
he
crazy. Frank Smith was like, "Damn, why y'all so quiet?"
Shit, what happened?
I thought Adam clicked the link.
Oh
I'm
no,
still waiting
no,
for him to take a potty break. Come
I
up
didn't.
here.
I
Come
ain't
up
get. I ain't.
here.
If I
He's not
drop
doing
it,
it.
then
Well,
everybody and
listen.
their mother's gonna come up and want to say something. And I already. I'm at 4 hours, man. I forgot to.
Hey,
I forgot to up my
This has been an absolute.
refreshers.
This has been an absolute banger of a show. I must admit. I was listening to you earlier, Color.
mm,
But
Listen, all I know, real quick, and Nene, I just want you to know that was the best you sounded all day today when you did my impression. That was the best you
Lewis,
sounded all
I know
day.
you were laughing because it came out of nowhere. Obviously.
mm.
I
Lou's
know
like,
I
I
see that
wholly
impression.
endorse. I
damn,
wholly
I'm sorry I
endorse
missed that.
that impression.
I'm sorry I missed that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's recorded. It's recorded.
Yeah,
I
it's
literally went
recorded.
back and played it because they were arguing about Ross, and I was like, I can do a little bit. He was like, you know
If
how
it was more YouTube friendly, I would probably play it right now. It was hilarious. It was spot on.
Adam saying I'm landing. We waiting for you to get on the plane, Playboy. Can you get on the plane
Damn.
and load the flight?
Oh man,
She's only
You
taking you to task.
we can arrange
wait a minute, hold on. I can't let that slip.
Hey,
What
we can
kind of
arrange
job
a
was
Learjet just for the two of you. We can arrange a Learjet.
yeah,
You know,
but Adam, what kind of job you got to where you can text back and forth, but you can't just grab a mic real quick? I'm interested. Since you at work. Come on, boy. We see between you. You scared. You got a lot of talking in the chat, but you won't come up here and debate me. Seen it before.
hey, Adam.
Hey,
Hey,
crypto.
Adam. Don't feel bad. It's not the first time somebody backed out of a public debate against a black female.
Is crypto chopping up for anybody?
I
So
think
don't
he's
feel
having a
bad.
stroke, bro. I think he's having a
Hell yeah.
stroke.
Hell yeah, you chopping up.
No.
He was saying something about people not
Yeah,
wanting to debate
you know
black
where that would
women.
get ready to go, but
How about now?
I
How
know
about now?
exactly
Can
where it's
somebody
getting
hear
ready
me?
to go, man.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now, Crypto.
Crypto needs his own channel. He's just got to start his own channel for that.
AC 43.
I'll
Yes,
join him, but
I'm here for the debate. I'm gonna go. Let's wait for Adam to confirm.
Mm.
I'm waiting for him to confirm. I think we all are. You see how you put a spotlight on a coward?
oh look, we even got Sean showing up tonight.
No.
So Sean finally graced
No, you said you could hear me,
tailgate
Em?
with his presence.
Hey, crypto. You see how he answered that, but he not answering the challenge. See, you gotta know these people and how they
Yeah.
move.
No, I was gonna ask him if he can hear me. I was gonna
No,
say
don't
I
do
was gonna
that.
give him
No,
some
because
work.
that's what he wants. That's a distraction. Keep it on par of talking about sports.
No,
Don't
I'm
do the
just
other
saying.
stuff. That,
I would just tell him don't be freaking
don't do it
ashamed
because
to
that's what
debate
he
a black
wants.
female because it ain't the first time it happened that somebody didn't want to debate a black female in public.
But I don't want to do that because that's gonna feed into that's what the coward do. Find a distraction and play with that. Answer the challenge. Yes or no. Or are you gonna accept the challenge? Just text back since that's what you can do. Text back C, no, yes, or whatever you speak. Mm. Adam,
Well,
yes or
on that
no?
note,
Adam,
on
that's a
that
yes or
note,
no.
we're gonna cliffhang it. We're gonna cliffhang this one. We gotta cliffhang this one.
Hey,
That
thank
one.
you, Color. Nothing but love. Lewis is nothing but love. And I know that impression sent
And
you
you
to
guys are welcome to stay back and chop it up. I gotta get something to drink. I'm like parched. I
We
don't
got
know
it.
if my
We
I
doing
don't know if my vocal cords are
a
gonna
Bill show
vibrate much
tonight.
longer.
You gonna stop by, Em? No,
EM
Em
just
gone.
he don't want no
Oh,
no
We got a
Color,
teenage
fan
smoke.
show tonight.
Color,
the
can
Bills
we
content
ask
creator.
Adam if Adam can't come today? Can we solidify? Let me pull out my calendar. I'm gonna make time for this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if he
Sean from
wants
Red,
to
White, and
commit to
Bills.
something, sure.
What
You know.
what day can you be up here, and what day can we have this conversation since you at work, quote unquote?
Yeah, EM dipped out. EM's like, I don't want no backstage nay smoke. He's like, I gotta get out of here. And watch, he's gonna call Lewis up and ruin Lewis's connection.
Man,
I got to do a pre-recorded.
True Fin fan talking about he wants the link for backstage. That's crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah, true Fin fan wants
Well,
a piece
I'll
of the
put the
action.
link up, but I'm gonna close it. So it's for anybody that wants to chop it up backstage. Anybody reasonably, we can only support 10, but nobody wants 10 people yelling at each other. But I'm probably gonna still end the show.
Yeah,
but
I gotta run. Gotta go on my lunch break.
I'll still go ahead and drop it. And look, tomorrow we're gonna get into roasting some of these press conferences that I'm late on, because they're all over the place, and we're gonna dissect every word these guys say. A couple of the players spoke today too, so we'll have more to chomp on tomorrow. I'm looking at I might do a coffee in the morning. It just depends on because I don't have any things scheduled in the morning, so I should be okay to good to go for the morning. If not, right about noon. I'm not going to be going 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. But either case, Wednesdays I can do it just like this. We can have kind of, if people want to talk to each other in a civil manner, and I drop individual links, that's pretty cool. And then of course Friday, y'all are welcome to come by Shake's Drive Time, who just came by to say hi, by the way. How's it going, Shake?
True Fin fan. We're closing the show, but you could. True Fin fan, you can still click the link and then just stay on. The show ends, but it's called backstage. People can talk back there.
Yeah,
but
you can still click the link, and I'll just bring you up right after the show. You can chop it up backstage.
And H, real quick, I seen H saying that we're going live tonight. No, the Blitz pickup will be live tomorrow at 7:30.
7:30. Yep.
By the way,
Wednesday, Friday.
I'm doing Crypto and I are going to be doing a pre-recorded show for the Buffalo for Red, White, and Bills tonight, and he's going to make an appearance on Insomnia. So
cool. Is that episode dropping tonight, overnight?
Friday, I don't know when. I don't know. The show we're doing now is going to be on his channel, but I think we're going to record our show. Insomnia drops.
Okay. So you're going on Red, White, and Bills tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he will do a pre-record.
Cool. I'll give something to watch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if anybody ain't got nothing pertinent to say other than fins up, I'm gonna say thank you to everybody, and thank you to everybody that is gonna hit the like button before you drop out of here. We're at 77. We only need 23 more, and we got 100, and then I won't get fired. So everybody have a great evening, and thank you once again for joining me for afternoon color commentary. Say goodbye to everybody in the game, and have a good evening. Fins up. I almost ended the stream without the outro again. Damn, I'm getting tired these days, man. Where's this? Oh, there we go. Later, guys.
West Side.